Chapter 295. Han Erling's house was built at the foot of Mount Shaohua. It was built against the mountain and covered an area of more than 10 mu. It had thick and high walls, a spacious courtyard, green tiles, vermilion eaves, and richly ornamented rafters. The stone lion and flagpole at the entrance indicated that this was an official's house. The west wing of the house's second courtyard was where the guest rooms were. There were lush flowers and trees here, a pond and a pavilion. The flowers and plants were not much decorated, so it was full of wild charm. In an elegant and clean guest room, the windows were bright and the table was clean. A vase of orchids was placed on the table, exuding a faint fragrance. A woman was sitting on the side of the bed. She was wearing a jade-colored silk dress with large sleeves. She had a slender neck, and her black hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. Her delicate facial features and delicate skin were as elegant as the orchids in the vase. This woman, who was as elegant as an orchid, was the tigress mentioned by Han Erlang. The tigress' name was Xiang Rulan. Her husband, Guo Jingji, was now the provincial governor of Weizhou. Weizhou was located in the Longxi region and was not safe there. There were often wars with Tubo, so it was not convenient for her to bring her family along. Moreover, her mother was still in the hall, leaving only a naive younger brother at home. There was no one in charge. Guo Jingji was worried, so he left his wife at home to take care of his mother. There were a few people standing quietly beside the bed. There were 2 maids in green, an old man dressed as a steward, and the naive Guo Xiaofan. When Guo Xiaofan saw his sister-in-law retracting her hand, he asked in a simple voice, "Sister-in-law, how is my cousin?" Xiang Rulan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "I told you she's not your cousin. Don't talk nonsense." Guo Xiaofan scratched the back of his head and said curiously, "Is she really not my cousin? How did she recognize me?" Xiang Rulan ignored him and only instructed the 2 maids. "Although this lady's injury is serious, fortunately it is not fatal. She just lost a lot of blood and needs to rest for some time. It is not convenient for her to live now. Both of you stay here and take care of her." "Yes," the 2 young maids answered. Guo Xiaofan grinned and said, "Sister-in-law's medical skills are excellent. If you say she's fine, then she's definitely fine. When I met her in the mountains, she was covered in blood. I don't know how badly injured she was. It was really scary." Xiang Rulan gently shook her head and said, "There are many abrasions on this young lady's body, especially on her right leg. The abrasions are so deep that the bones can be seen. It seems that she didn't meet any bad people, but rather it seems that she fell off a cliff. However, it was unknown whether he committed suicide or if he accidentally lost his footing while touring the mountains." Erlang passed down the order. "If anyone comes to inquire about the whereabouts of Miss Luoshan, bring them to see me. No, don't go." Suddenly, a hurried voice came from the couch. Xiang Rulan turned her head and saw that the young lady had already woken up. She couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Young lady, you're awake?" Guo Xiaofan put his big face up and saw the young girl on the bed with her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her face full of anxiety. Although her face was pale and haggard due to excessive blood loss, it was like a snow lotus that had just bloomed. Even though her lips were completely bloodless, they still looked delicate and beautiful, really lovable. He couldn't help calling out, "Sister-in-law, Biaomei is so beautiful." Xiang Rulan glared at him snappily and said, "Go away! I told you she's not your Biaomei." Tin Ano's cherry lips slightly parted as she gasped for breath and said, "Thank you, madam, for saving my life. The news that I am here, please. Keep it a secret." Xiang Rulan's face suddenly showed vigilance and blurted out, "Miss, who are you? Why are you so heavily injured?" "I am." That sentence just now seemed to have used up all of Tin Ano's strength. She barely managed to say it before her head tilted, and she unexpectedly fainted again. Xiang Rulan pondered for a moment and said to Guo Xiaofan, "Second brother, pass down the order." No one is allowed to leak the news that we have rescued a young lady. Anyone who disobeys will be driven out of the residence. Okay, Guo Xiaofan replied. He stomped his feet and rushed out like a big bull. Xiang Rulin then ordered, "Bring this young lady's clothes and all the utensils she was carrying." The two little maids quickly brought over the clothes that they had taken off when they were changing Tin Ano's clothes. Xiang Rulin carefully examined them. Apart from noticing that the clothes were of good quality, she did not find anything that could identify her identity. She then said, "Take care of her. Let me know when she wakes up." Xiang Rulin got up and left. The old steward followed her every step. As soon as the two of them left the guest room, the old steward said, "Eldest lady, this young lady's origin is unknown. We should not have taken her in." Xiang Rulin said, "Her origin may be somewhat suspicious, but the injuries on her body are not fake. Looking at her expression, she does not seem to be a criminal. How can we leave her in the lurch? I have been married to Lang Jun for many years, and I still do not have any children. Didn't Zen Master Ji Yuan say that I should do more good deeds and accumulate more virtue? Isn't this a good deed? When she wakes up, I'll ask her about her background." The old steward nodded in agreement. Xiang Rulin raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "All right, you don't have to worry about this. Concentrate on gathering food. Shen Mu is using Chang and as a battlefield and food as a weapon to fight against young Master Jiang. We cannot lose this battle." In Wuqing Hall, Wu Zetian frowned slightly. She carefully read the two memorials in her hands and flipped through the one that she had just approved. She picked out another one and compared it with the two in her hand. Her face showed a hint of anger. She threw the three memorials on the table and said unhappily, "Lu Zetian probably doesn't want to be the prefectural magistrate of Chang'an anymore. What kind of stupid official is this?" Chang'an and Luoyang were the capital and auxiliary capitals of the Tang dynasty. After Wu Zetian became the emperor in Luoyang, the capital and auxiliary capitals were reversed. Chang'an became the auxiliary capital and Luoyang became the capital. The highest official of the capital and auxiliary capitals was the Mu. However, the Mu did not preside over government affairs. It was only a prince who held this position. The official who actually presided over government affairs was the magistrate. Lu Zetian was the magistrate of Chang'an. This magistrate of Chang'an submitted a memorial to Wu Zetian. He said that because of the invasion of the Turks, in order to avoid the chaos of war, the merchants of the western region were buying up food. In addition, Huzalo had also brought tens of thousands of the western Turks to Chang'an. Food was in short supply. The price of food in Chang'an had risen 3 times a day. A bucket of rice was worth 1,000 gold. It was extremely expensive. He begged the emperor to immediately allocate food to solve the crisis in Chang'an. Chang'an was originally the capital of the Tang dynasty. Although it was now an auxiliary capital, its status was not inferior to that of Luoyang. If the political situation in Chang'an became unstable, it would cause turmoil throughout the country. Wu Zetian did not dare to take this lightly. She had just personally written an official reply, ordering the various regions to allocate food to stabilize the price of food in Chang'an. However, before the memorial could be sent out, Lu Zetian sent another memorial. He said that because the Turks had retreated, the merchants of the western region who had stockpiled food had all sold off their food. The price of food had fallen back to normal. This was supposed to be a happy event. Since the price of food in Chang'an had stabilized, the imperial court could save a lot of effort. However, almost immediately after, Magistrate Lu sent another urgent dispatch. He said that there were frequent rumors in the street. Some said that there would be a drought in Guangzhou this summer, and there would be no harvest. Some said that the Turks had not given up and wanted to join forces with the Tubo to invade the border again. As a result, the aristocrats and the common people were fighting for food, causing the price of food to rise again and again, resulting in a food shortage. They begged the imperial court to allocate food to solve the crisis. Wu Zetian complained. Originally, she wanted to listen to Wan Er's explanation. After all, she was already old and did not have the energy to deal with so many government affairs. Many things were handled by Wan Er on her behalf. Wan Er knew the situation of the people and the local officials like the back of her hand. Without Wan Er as the empress, it was really difficult for her. However, when she spoke today, Wan Er, who had always been smart, did not reply. Wu Zetian glanced at her with some surprise. She saw Wan Er standing beside the imperial table, looking absent-minded. It was obvious that her mind was elsewhere. Discontentedly, Wu Zetian grabbed the Jinshan He and slapped it twice. Startled, Wan Er quickly collected her mind and asked, "What's your order?" Wu Zetian said unhappily, "Wan Er, what's wrong with you these days? Why do you always look absent-minded?" Wan Er said in a panic, "Oh, Wan Er has caught a cold these days. My body is not well yet, so I don't have much energy." Wu Zetian said with relief, "If so, you can go back and rest later. You don't have to wait in front of the emperor. First, take a look at these muddled memorials from the Chang'an local government. What's going on?" Wan Er took over the memorials. She had seen the first two, but the last one was just delivered by Wu Zetian after she left the court and rushed to Wuqing Hall. Wan Er carefully read the 3 memorials and said to Wu Zetian, "Lu Qiantian has always been diligent as an official. He is honest and talented and has a good reputation. However, food is the most important thing to the people. Once food is involved, even the slightest disturbance will inevitably cause a big commotion. If some unscrupulous merchants wanted to make a huge profit and took the opportunity to say something shocking, those ignorant commoners would not have the ability to distinguish between them. Naturally, they would add fuel to the fire, blindly robbing and raising the price of goods. Once the price of goods increased, there would be complaints of injustice. No wonder Lu Qian was so busy. If Wan Er remembered correctly, the Chang'an local government had enough grain last year. Although this year's new grain has not been put into the warehouse, after last winter's consumption, there should be at least 16 cellars of grain left among the 24 cellars in Chang'an. You can order the Chang'an local government to sell the official grain. If the people are willing to buy it, we can sell it openly. If the people have grain in their homes, they won't panic. When the people are calm, the grain price will naturally stabilize." Wu Zetian nodded and said, "Well, what Wan Er said is very reasonable. Little Hai." The servant Little Hai waved his horsetail whisk and stood in front of the imperial desk with a bow. Wu Zetian said, "Go to the Ministry of Revenue and ask them to immediately check how much grain Chang'an local government has and report to me as soon as possible." Little C received the verbal order and hurriedly left for the Ministry of Revenue. As soon as Little C left, an extraordinarily handsome young general dressed in military attire arrived in front of the palace gates and said in a clear voice, "Featherwood Left Commander Yang Fan has an important matter to request an audience with His Majesty." Shanghai Wan Er let out a soft cry and immediately knew that she had lost her composure. She could not help but secretly look at Wu Zetian, but she saw Wu Zetian looking at her strangely. She quickly changed her mind and said, "Wan Er, I almost forgot. Whether Chang'an lacks grain or not, since the warehouse has been moved, we still need to transport grain from other places to make up for the shortage of the local government." Wu Zetian laughed and said, "You little girl, what's there to be surprised about? Don't tell me I haven't thought of this? First, send an urgent edict to the Chang'an local government and ask them to sell the official grain to calm people down. As for the matter of collecting grain, ask the prime ministers to handle it." Wan Er smiled shyly and said, "Yes." Wu Zetian turned her head and said, "What does Yang Fan want to see me about? Ask him to come in." Wan Er quietly retreated to the side. Her pair of limpid eyes, full of affection, glanced at the door. Chapter 296. Your subject, Yang Fan, greets the Holy One. Yang Fan clasped his hands and stood up, his hands at his side. He knew that Wanner was staring at him, but Wu Zetian was also looking at him. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Wu Zetian asked, "What do you have to report to me?" Yang Fan said with his hands at his sides, "Scholar Wang Qingji led hundreds of people from all over Luoyang to kneel outside the Meridian Gate and present a petition." Wu Zetian was startled and looked at Shanghai Wanner in surprise. Wanner was in charge of all the literature in the world, and most of these scholars were under her control. Wanner gently shook her head, indicating that she did not know either. Wu Zetian then turned to Yang Fan and asked, "What do they want?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "They beg the Holy One to make Wu Qingxi the crown prince." When Wu Zetian heard this, her expression immediately darkened. She knew that Wu Qingxi wanted the crown prince position, but she did not expect Wu Qingxi to be so impatient. As for the crown prince, she had not yet made up her mind, and Wu Qingxi had impatiently made his move. Different statuses had different mentalities. When Wu Zetian wanted to become the emperor, Wu Qingxi, Wu Sanxi, and the others had organized the people of Luoyang many times to persuade her. When she heard this news, there was only joy in Wu Zetian's heart. Now that she was the emperor, if Wu Qingxi did this again, he would inevitably be suspected of forcing her to abdicate. Wu Zetian was disgusted and said angrily, "The crown prince is not guilty. Why should I depose him? Even if I want to make a crown prince, that is my family matter. When did they have the right to interfere? Disperse them." Yang Fan made a sound of agreement. When he was about to turn around, he looked deeply at Wanner. This gaze was filled with comfort, love, persistence, and an unwavering determination to never give up. Looking at Yang Fan's tightly pursed lips and the resolute line carved into them, the reluctance and grief in Wan Er's eyes couldn't help but fade a little. Fame and fortune were all fleeting clouds. Glory, splendor, wealth and rank were just a scenery in her life. What she longed for was a lifetime companion. Yang Fan's resolute eyes comforted her anxious heart and gave her hope. Yang Fan hurried outside the Meridian Gate. The Yulin guards were surrounding Wang Qingji and the 100 or so petitioners. As soon as he saw Yang Fan come out, Wang Qingji immediately looked at him with eyes full of expectation. Just like Wanner's longing gaze, there was a hint of hidden bitterness. Yang Fan coughed softly and said with an expressionless face, "The sage said, the crown prince is innocent, why should he be deposed? Even if I want to appoint a crown prince, that's Jin's family matter. Since when is it their turn to point fingers? Disperse them." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand. The Yulin guards brandished their spears and moved forward. He shouted in a low voice, "Retreat!" Crack! Screech! Screech! The Yulin guards advanced 3 steps. The sharp tips of their spears were already close to their bodies. Perhaps approaching with spears in hand wasn't scary. What was scary was the resolute demeanor of the Yulin guards and the pace at which they advanced. They carried long, sharp spears, and in front of them were the petitioners. Under Yang Fan's command, they immediately advanced with spears in hand. It was as if they didn't see anyone in front of them. They had already reached the point where they considered everyone beneath them. Their pace, every step they took, was the same firmness, the same distance, and the same speed. They didn't slow down or shorten their strides because there were people in front of them. It was as if even if there was a wall in front of them, they would turn a blind eye and slam into it. The petitioners were scared out of their wit. They watched as the sharp spears neared their bodies, and the Yulin guards didn't hesitate in the slightest. One by one, they cried out in fear and crawled backward. There were even some who hastily jumped up, but stepped on the front of their own lapels. They lost their footing and fell to the ground. It was truly an ugly sight. When Wang Qingji heard Wu Zetian's verbal command, he was also somewhat shocked. When he saw the might of the Yulin guards approaching with their spears, his face couldn't help but change color. When he saw that the sharp spears were about to reach his chest, he subconsciously wanted to flee backwards. However, he suddenly saw Yang Fan's eyes. He saw that there was a faint smile in Yang Fan's eyes, but there wasn't the slightest murderous aura. His heart couldn't help but calm down. He suddenly shouted in a stern voice, "Stop! I have something to say." Stop! Under Yang Fan's command, the sharp spears stopped abruptly just as they were about to reach Wang Qingji's chest. Those imperial bodyguards seemed to be emotionless machines, completely obeying orders. Wang Qingji secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He composed himself and said in an impassioned voice, "The Son of Heaven has no private affairs. Establishing a crown prince, guarding a tool to inherit the throne, is related to the rise and fall of the dynasty. How can it be said to be the Son of Heaven's family affairs?" Qin Shi Huang unified the world, but because he didn't set up a crown prince early on, his posthumous edict was tampered with by people like Hu Hai, Li Si, and Zhao Gao. His great country fell apart because of this. Emperor Wen of Sui was a hero of a generation, but he wrongly appointed the extravagant Yang Guang, who was fond of grandiose achievements. As a result, he unified the country and died in his second generation. The crown prince isn't the son of heaven's family affairs, but the affairs of the world. As a subject of the Great Zhou, Wang Qingji received the Great Zhou's salary. How could he not worry about the Great Zhou's affairs? If your majesty doesn't allow me to express my opinion, I am willing to die in front of the palace and remonstrate with my life. Wang Qingji had seen Yang Fan at the Wu clan's banquet hosted by Wu Yi, so he knew that Yang Fan was also a member of the Wu clan. However, his request was stopped by Yang Fan just now, and he wasn't allowed to enter the palace to see the emperor. As a result, he couldn't understand Yang Fan's thoughts. Now that he saw Yang Fan's warm expression, he knew that Yang Fan was being unreasonable and wouldn't really kill him. As soon as he figured this out, Wang Qingji's timidity disappeared. His words were powerful and resonant, faintly resembling the sound of metal and stone. If someone who didn't know what was going on heard these words, they might really think that he was a great minister who was devoted to the country. Yes, we are doing this for the great Zhou dynasty, and we can die without regrets. We will remonstrate with our lives, we will remonstrate with our lives. A few important people beside Wang Qingji hurriedly shouted in response. However, they didn't know the relationship between Yang Fan and the Wu clan, so it was inevitable that their voices lacked confidence. Their mouths shouted the slogan of facing death with equanimity, but their bodies were slightly leaning back. They were afraid that if Yang Fan turned hostile, they, who were willing to die, would run away faster than anyone else. Yang Fan frowned and said to Wang Qingji, "Scholar Wang, this official is under the emperor's orders to dismiss all of you immediately. I hope that scholar will not make things difficult for me." Hearing this, Wang Qingji was even more confident. He cupped his hands at Yang Fan and said seriously, "I'll have to trouble General to send a message for me again. Just say that if the emperor does not wish to summon me, this subject, Wang Qingji, and the hundreds of volunteers from Luoyang are willing to die in front of the palace to remonstrate with our lives." This, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then said to Wang Qingji, "Then I'll have to trouble scholar to wait for a moment." Wang Qingji smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, General." Yang Fan signaled the soldiers to keep an eye on these people, then turned around and walked back into the palace. As he walked, he thought to himself, with such a big commotion at the palace gate, and I've deliberately delayed for a while, the ministers in the Hall of Governmental Affairs should have received the news by now, right? Yang Fan returned to Wuqing Hall and replied to Wu Zetian. He even added, "This subject saw that Wang Qingji and the others are in high spirits. Even though they are being attacked by swords and axes, they do not show any signs of fear. Their words and actions are indeed sincere, so they do not dare to act rashly for fear of killing the loyal. Would your majesty allow them to meet or disperse them?" Wu Zetian listened to his words and thought for a moment. She waved her hand and said, "Tell the leader, Wang Qingji, to enter the palace to meet the emperor." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject obeys the emperor." Yang Fan arrived at the Meridian Gate and loudly announced the emperor's edict. Wang Qingji could not contain his joy and quickly comforted his companions. He tidied up his clothes and followed Yang Fan into the palace to meet the emperor. The two of them walked one after the other. Seeing that there was no one around, Wang Qingji took a step forward and said to Yang Fan in a low voice, "Thank you for your kind words, Lang General." Yang Fan smiled and said, "We are family, there is no need to say such things. However, the appointment of a crown prince is like the ascension of a new emperor to the throne. It cannot be done without many requests. Scholar must be mentally prepared." Yang Fan paused and said, "Actually, when Scholar first asked for an audience, I could have led you to meet the emperor. It's just that, there are only a few hundred people, the momentum is really too small. I purposely asked you to wait outside the palace gate for a while. This is also to help you expand your momentum and attract the attention of the court." Wang Qingji let out and suddenly understood. He said, "I see. Lang General has put in a lot of effort. I have misunderstood. I also wanted to find more people, but many people do not know His Majesty's intention. It is inevitable that they will be overcautious and fearful. So." Yang Fan's eyes flashed as he looked forward and whispered, "Be quiet. We have arrived at Wuching Hall. When Scholar sees the emperor, you must be careful what you say." Wang Qingji swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He only made 2 sounds and immediately took a step back. As it turned out, when Wang Qingji had led his people and shouted slogans all the way to the palace gate, Yang Fan should have led him into the palace. Wang Qingji was not a commoner. He was originally a scholar of the court. Since he said he had political matters to report to the emperor, Yang Fan, as a general in charge of the palace guards, had no reason to stop him. However, Yang Fan used the excuse that most of the people who came with him were commoners without scholarly honors. They gathered in front of the palace gate and were an eyesore. He detained them and took them to Wuching Hall to meet the emperor. At that time, Wang Qingji was somewhat displeased. He did not understand why Yang Fan, who was also a member of the Wu family, would obstruct him. Now that he heard Yang Fan's reason, his resentment naturally disappeared without a trace. The Prime Minister on duty in the Hall of Governmental Affairs today was Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda had already heard that someone had gathered at the Meridian Gate and requested to depose the Crown Prince. Not all of the palace servants served the emperor and the concubines. The Prime Minister and scholars who ran errands in the palace also had many palace servants serving them. The palace servants serving the concubines were mainly active in the inner court, while the palace servants serving the prime ministers were mainly active in the front palace. These palace servants went in and out to deliver official letters. They moved around the palace frequently and had especially good eyes and ears. Wang Qingji and the others were blocked at the palace gate. When Yang Fan entered the palace to ask for Wu Zetian's permission, there was a little eunuch who went to the palace gate to deliver official letters. He saw and heard everything that happened in front of the palace gate. He immediately ran back to the Hall of Governmental Affairs like a parrot and told Li Zhaoda what had happened outside the Meridian Gate. Hearing this, Li Zhaoda couldn't help but fly into a rage. Li Zhaoda was an arrogant person with an explosive temper. He was the most straightforward and unyielding of all the prime ministers in court. He was also a core member of the Li Protector faction. Hearing that Wang Qingji had gathered people to make trouble, imitated Fu Yi's persuasion, and made a ruckus outside the Meridian Gate, requesting to depose the crown prince and replace him with the king of Wei, Li Zhaoda was immediately unable to restrain his anger. He threw down the official business he was working on and angrily rushed to Wuching Hall. When he reached the gate of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, he suddenly remembered that if he rashly rushed to stop it, given the current emperor's unyielding personality, he would probably be angry. If Wang Qingji took the opportunity to use flowery words to persuade the emperor, once the imperial edict was issued, What was done could not be undone. He would not be able to stop it. Li Zhaoda's mind turned and he hurriedly called over the little eunuch who had reported the news. He asked, "Where is the Xiangzhou scholar who came to the capital to report the good news this morning?" Chapter 297. The eunuch replied, "Prime Minister is not willing to see him, but he refuses to leave. He is probably still pestering you outside the East Gate." Li Zhaoda was overjoyed. "Quickly go and see if he is still there. If he is, bring him into the palace immediately. I want to bring him to see the Emperor." The little eunuch did not know why the Prime Minister had suddenly changed his mind, but since he had already given the order, he still obeyed and ran toward the East Gate. After a while, he led a young man wearing a round-collared Confucian robe and a soft-legged turtle on his head. That man had a big turtle on his head, and he followed behind the little eunuch, escorted by 2 imperial bodyguards. His behavior looked very ridiculous. Li Zhaoda was already impatient. When he saw him arrive, he did not wait for him to bow and thank him. He said impatiently, "Go, go, go! Hurry up, I will bring you to see the Emperor." In order to wait for this person, Li Zhaoda delayed a bit and ended up being 1 step slower than Wang Qingji. By the time he arrived at Wu Qing Hall, Wang Qingji had already arrived in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian looked at the somewhat nervous Wang Qingji and lightly asked, "Dan is my son, so he was made the emperor's heir. You have gathered a crowd to petition me to abolish the crown prince and make him the king of Wei. What is the reason?" Wang Qingji swallowed his saliva and controlled his nervousness. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there is an ancient saying, gods do not worship those of the same race. People do not worship those of the same race. To worship the ancestors, one must first confirm the bloodline. Otherwise, the ancestors and spirits will not enjoy the ceremony and the people will not recognize their ancestors. The current emperor's surname is Wu, but he has the Li family as his heir. Isn't that ridiculous?" Wu Zetian snorted. "The crown prince has already changed his surname to Wu." Wang Qingji said, "Your Majesty, the fact that the crown prince has changed his surname to Wu does not escape the fact that his surname is Li. Since ancient times, the country has always been passed down to the descendants of the emperor. How can it be passed down to someone with a different surname? The crown prince was originally surnamed Li. When he changed his surname to Wu, he was already an adult. Once he ascends the throne, how can he not be Li Tang? At that time, where will your Majesty's country belong to?" When Wu Zetian heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate. At this time, Eunuch Little Hai bowed and reporting to everyone, the Assistant Minister of Phoenix Pavilion, Tong Feng Pavilion's Luan Tai Pingzhang, Li Zhaoda, requests an audience. Wu Zetian raised her brows and said, "Is Prime Minister Li here? Invite him in." A moment later, Li Zhaoda stepped into the main hall, followed by a person. This person was wearing a round-collar Confucian robe and was about 30 years old. He was refined and had a handsome appearance. However, there was a huge turtle on his head, which made him look neither fish nor fowl. When Li Zhaoda saw Wu Zetian, he bowed and said, "This subject Li Zhaoda greets your Majesty." The scribes with the turtle on his head bowed as well. "Prime Minister Li, you may dispense with the formalities. Please have a seat." After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she curiously looked at the man with a big turtle on his head and asked, "Why did Prime Minister Li come to see me? Who is this person? What does he do?" When that person heard Wu Zetian's question, he bowed again and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. The big turtle on top of his head suddenly poked its head out and looked left and right with its bean-sized eyes. Suddenly, it saw Wu Zetian and seemed to be frightened by something. With a whoosh, it retracted its head and 4 of its claws back into its shell. Looking at it now, it looked like that person was carrying a turtle shell on his head. At the side, Shangguan, Yang Fan and all the palace maids and eunuchs were somewhat unable to restrain their laughter. Li Zhaoda calmly replied, This person has an auspicious sign to offer to your majesty, so this subject brought him here to see you. In my hurry, I did not have time to ask his name." As he said this, he coldly glanced at that person and said, "Your Majesty is asking you a question, answer it yourself." That person hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, this subject is a scholar from Xiangzhou, Zhou Xiaoyu, greets your Majesty." Wu Zetian said, "You are a scholar from Xiangzhou? Why did you come to the capital to see me?" Zhou Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Because he was nervous at first, he was still stammering, but towards the end, he was beaming with joy. This Zhou Xiaoyu was a scholar from Xiangzhou, but this scholar was not a scholar of the later generations. In the early Tang dynasty, the requirements to become a scholar were very high, and their rank was even higher than that of a scholar. In a year, more than 30 scholars could pass the examination, but not one scholar appeared in 10 years. It was even rarer than being the top scholar among the scholars. After Zhou Xiaoyu passed the examination, his scholarly rank basically stopped there, because the imperial examinations in the Tang dynasty were not easy to pass. At that time, the imperial examinations in the world only accepted 30 people at most, and most of these places were taken by the nobles. Even if there were talented scholars among the common people, it was difficult for them to pass the imperial examinations, not to mention that Zhou Xiaoyu's talent was only ordinary. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoyu took a different approach and thought of offering auspicious signs, hoping to use the auspicious signs to win the emperor's favor and become an official. In the end, he conjured up a divine turtle. According to Zhou Xiaoyu, this divine turtle was a drought tortoise that he found by chance in the mountains. In the beginning, he did not think that there was anything special about this turtle, but later on, he accidentally discovered that on the shell of the turtle's abdomen there were the words 10,000 years of the Son of Heaven. This made him curious, so he went to the capital to present this divine object to the emperor. Wu Zetian happily said, "Minister Zhou, quickly present the divine turtle, let me see it." Wang Qingji's passionate speech was interrupted by Li Zhaoda's intrusion. In the beginning, he was still standing there, putting on a dignified appearance, standing tall and straight. In the end, the turtle on Zhou Xiaoyu's head stole his limelight. Everyone in the palace was looking at the turtle, no one paid attention to him. It was too tiring to stand with his head held high, so he quietly slumped his shoulders and body, standing there to look at the western scenery. Zhou Xiaoyu took the turtle down from his head. Little Hai and another eunuch rushed forward and took the turtle with both hands. They carried it to Wu Zetian's imperial table and turned the turtle over. The turtle's belly was facing the sky, and it stretched out its head and limbs in surprise. When it saw that there were people in front of it, it quickly shrunk back. Wu Zetian fixed her eyes on it and saw that on the back of the turtle there really were 5 bright red words, 10,000 years of the Son of Heaven. She couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder and loudly said, I didn't think that there would be such a divine object in this world. 10,000 years of the Son of Heaven, haha, auspicious, it really is auspicious. Minister Li, quickly come and take a look, there really are words on this turtle's belly. Li Zhaoda didn't believe in supernatural things at all. When he received Zhou Xiaoyu's gift, he knew that it must be fake. At this time, hearing Wu Zetian's words, he couldn't help but sneer and said, Your Majesty, this kind of divine object, Your Majesty wants, this subject can make as many as Your Majesty wants. Wu Zetian was startled and said, What does Minister Li mean? Li Zhaoda stood up and walked in front of the imperial table. He looked left and right and saw Yang Fan standing to the side. He said, This general, I'll have to trouble you to help me. Yang Fan looked at Wu Zetian and seeing her nod, he walked in front of Li Zhaoda, cupped his hands and said, I don't know what instructions Minister has for me? Li Zhaoda rolled up his sleeves and pressed down on the turtle. He said to Yang Fan, General, please draw your saber and scrape the words on this turtle's belly. Hearing Li Zhaoda's words, Zhou Xiaoyu's expression immediately changed. Yang Fan understood Li Zhaoda's meaning. If one said that there were some patterns on the turtle that looked like some words, he felt that it was not impossible. However, there were 5 big words neatly carved on the turtle's belly. He didn't believe it either. He immediately drew his saber and used the tip of the saber to scrape the turtle's belly. Yang Fan was originally worried that the words wouldn't be easy to scrape off. Who would have thought that wherever the tip of the saber passed, there was a creaking sound and the red words were actually scraped off bit by bit. Li Zhaoda pressed down on the turtle and said to Wu Zetian with a cold smile, "Your Majesty, if these words are made by heaven, how can you use a saber to scrape them off? It's clearly this crafty commoner's trick to deceive your Majesty." The expression on Wu Zetian's face was very awkward. She waved her hand and said, "Take the turtle away and throw this person out of the palace." Li Zhaoda said, "Your Majesty, this person deceives the emperor and disobeys his superiors. He should be severely punished. How can he be thrown out of the palace? Your Majesty should hand him over to the Ministry of Justice and punish him severely." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for mercy. Wu Zetian said embarrassedly, "The Son of Heaven will live for 10,000 years. Although this divine object is fake, it is not some bad intention. Forget it, just throw him out." When Zhou Xiaoyu heard this, he was afraid that Li Zhaoda would say something to punish him again. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness." Then he scrambled out of the palace. Li Zhaoda originally did not come for him, so of course he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He only said, "Your Majesty is benevolent and unwilling to punish this unruly commoner. That's fine, but you must be on guard against this kind of person. This Zhou Xiaoyu's the Son of Heaven will live for 10,000 years was not sincerely to bless your Majesty. Instead, it was a pretense of blessing your Majesty for his own personal gain." He coldly glanced at Wang Qingji and said with a double meaning, "This kind of person, this kind of matter, it's not impossible that there is no one in the imperial court. Your Majesty must not ignore it." At this point, he slowly walked back to his seat and glanced at Wang Qingji as if he had just seen him. He casually asked, "This seems to be Hongwen scholar Wang Qingji? Why have you come to the palace today?" Wang Qingji hurriedly puffed out his chest and repeated his request for Wei Wang Wuqingxi to be the crown prince. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Zhaoda burst out in laughter. Wu Zetian curiously asked, "Why is Minister Li laughing?" Li Zhaoda cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your subject heard Scholar Wang's absurd words, so I laughed." Wu Zetian said, "Oh? What's wrong with Wang Qingji's words?" Li Zhaoda said, "Your Majesty, as the Son of Heaven, should pass down the foundation of 10,000 generations to your descendants. How can there be a house full of children and grandchildren but a nephew as the heir? Your subject has never heard of a nephew becoming the Son of Heaven and being able to welcome his aunt into the imperial ancestral temple. How could a nephew be closer to an aunt than a biological mother and son?" Wang Qingji was extremely exasperated and said, "Your subject does not agree with Minister Li's words. There is an ancient saying, gods do not care about those of the same race, people do not worship those of the same race. The current Son of Heaven's surname is Wu, how can the Li family be the heir?" Li Zhaoda did not even bother to look at him and only said to Wu Zetian, "Only the sacrifice of one's own children can be enjoyed by the ancestors. If your Majesty has a son, he will be worthy to enjoy the imperial ancestral temple for thousands of years and have endless inheritance. If you have a nephew, who will sacrifice blood for your Majesty after thousands of years?" Hearing this, Wu Zetian could not help but be silent. Only she, the female emperor, would encounter such a difficult situation. Since ancient times, no emperor has encountered such a problem, so she did not have a precedent to follow. Her surname is Wu. Only by having a son with the surname Wu can her empire be passed down. But she is a woman, so her son cannot have the surname Wu. But if she does not pass it down to her own children, how can she be worthy to enjoy the imperial ancestral temple after death? Only the sacrifice of one's own children can be enjoyed. If the empire is not passed down to one's own children, wouldn't she become a hungry ghost in 100 years? Seeing that the emperor was moved by Li Zhaoda's words, Wang Qingji knelt on the ground and cried out, "Your Majesty, your subject has been wholeheartedly thinking for your Majesty. Li Zhaoda cannot forget Li Tang and has evil intentions. Your Majesty cannot trust him. Your Majesty is the ruler of Zhou, how can you have an heir of the Li family?" Wu Zetian was silent for a long time, then said in a deep voice, "The proposal to replace the crown prince is groundless. There is no need for you to say anything more. Leave." Wang Qingji threw caution to the wind. Li Zhaoda, the current prime minister, had already been scolded by him. If he could not convince the emperor, Wu Qingxi would certainly not be satisfied. At that time, would he still have a way out? The only thing he could do now was to walk this path to the end. Wang Qingji kowtowed until his head was dripping with blood. He begged with his death and refused to leave. Seeing this, Wu Zetian couldn't help but sigh. She picked up a brush and wrote a few words. She had someone use the jade seal and said to Wang Qingji, "I know your loyalty. This piece of paper is for you. If you want to see me in the future, you can use it to come and go without fear. Go." Hearing that Wu Zetian had relented, Wang Qingji was afraid that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. Now that he had this piece of paper, Wu Qingxi could be considered to have an explanation. Only then did he kowtow to express his gratitude. Holding the paper, he retreated with blood on his forehead. Li Zhaoda had come for Wang Qingji today. Seeing that he had left, he also said goodbye to Wu Zetian and returned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to work. After the two of them left, Wu Zetian's face darkened. She slammed the imperial desk with hatred and said, "Everyone, don't let me have peace." The palace maids and eunuchs serving in the hall all knelt down and said in unison, "Everyone, please calm down." Wu Zetian said angrily, "Get up, all of you. What can you help me solve my troubles?" Wu Zetian brushed her big sleeves and turned to look at Yang Fan. Her expression softened a little. She asked, "Yang Fan, are you going to get married in the next few days?" Yang Fan braced himself and said, "Yes. Thanks for your Majesty's concern. In 3 days it will be my wedding day." Good, good. Xiaoman has been by my side for a few years. This child is a good girl. You two can become husband and wife. I am very satisfied, haha. As Wu Zetian said this, a smile gradually appeared on her face. She said, "It will be your wedding day in 3 days. Such a joyous event. Why are you still on duty in the palace? You really don't know how to be a person. How about this, you don't have to go to the palace to work these few days. Go back and prepare for the wedding. Prepare to be your groom." Yang Fan didn't dare to look at Wanner. He only knelt down on one knee and said to Wu Zetian, "Yes. I thank your Majesty for your grace." Wu Zetian then said to Wanner, "Wanner, in my life, this is the only marriage I have set up. You have to make good arrangements. Don't look shabby and lose my face." Wanner's heart darkened. She slightly lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, how could Wanner dare to be careless? I have people carefully preparing. When the time comes, Wanner will personally arrange for Xiaoman to marry into Yang Langjiang's family. I will not lose the face of the royal family. Your Majesty, please don't worry." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "That's good. These days I have too many things to worry about. It's rare to encounter a joyous event. I am very happy. Ha ha." Yang Fan took this opportunity to sneak a glance at Wanner. Both of them were afraid of losing their composure, so they simultaneously lowered their heads. They could only hear the happy laughter of Yu Lao. Chapter 298. Yang Fan's house wasn't too small. Originally, there were only 2 servants and 2 maids, so the house seemed rather desolate. But today the Yang house was particularly lively. Early in the morning, the Yang house was already packed with people. It almost felt like it was overcrowded. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao arrived early in the morning. Su Fangzheng also arrived with a group of villagers from the Xiuan workshop. The bare-chested Master Meng from Jiaodong, and old Yuqi with a long, hook-like beard all volunteered to prepare the feast for him. Yang Fan naturally agreed and immediately asked his cook and buyer, Lin Shiwen, to lead them to the kitchen. These people went to the kitchen and rolled up their sleeves. After a while, more than a dozen ox carts arrived outside the Yang house. The carts at the front were filled with all kinds of ingredients, while the carts at the back were filled with fat men with big bellies. When these fat men arrived at the Yang house, they unceremoniously kicked out Master Meng, old Yuqi, and some other chefs who specialized in selling snacks in the street. It turned out that these people were imperial chefs sent by Tuan from the imperial kitchen. How could these culinary experts in the palace take a fancy to these folk snacks? Naturally, they were not polite to them. Once they knew the identity of the other party, Master Meng and the others were not angry. They wore aprons and tied up their hands with white flour before they were kicked out and quickly moved to the entrance of the alley. Although Yang Fan was a military officer and many of the people who came to congratulate him today were officials, these people could only have banquets and banquets in the courtyards and rooms. It was impossible for them to have a banquet in the alley. But many villagers from the Xiuan workshop would also come. These people could not have a banquet with those officials, and although the Yang house was not small, it could not squeeze so many guests. When Master Meng and the others arrived at the entrance of the alley, they occupied 2 sheds. If they were lacking any ingredients or condiments, they would ask someone to go to the nearby Nan City to buy them. Anyway, the wedding would be held in the evening, so there was plenty of time. Everything could still be prepared. Yang Fan had no concept of wedding etiquette at all. He stood in front of the hall, and people came over to ask him questions. Yang Fan was always at a loss. He was being called around in circles, but he couldn't make a decision. Fortunately, the people who came over just politely asked him a question, and without waiting for him to answer, they ran off to make their own decisions. At noon, Yang Fan had a simple meal and had just filled his stomach when Auntie Ma and Auntie Hua arrived with a group of female soldiers from the Xiuan workshop. Under their command, the Yang family was in a state of chaos and bustling with activity. At this time, the Yang family had completely changed. Lanterns and streamers were hung everywhere, and the atmosphere was joyous. Yang Fan was still standing in front of the hall. Although he couldn't do anything and didn't know what to do, he was still confused by the complicated wedding etiquette. While Yang Fan was dizzy, Pasta, who was dressed like a young married woman, led a group of women from the Xiuan workshop over. Seeing Yang Fan standing there in a daze, Pasta laughed and said, "You idiot, what are you still standing here for? In a while, important guests will come one after another, and you're still wearing this dress." Yang Fan asked in a daze, "Sister Ning, what should I do now?" Pasta asked, "Where's your gown? Has it been prepared?" Yang Fan slapped his forehead and said, "No, I don't know what to prepare. The palace seems to have prepared something, right? Chen Shou, Chen Shou." Yang Fan shouted twice, and the doorman, Chen Shou, came out of nowhere. Sweating profusely, he said, "Ah Lang, did you call me?" Yang Fan said, "Do I have a gown?" The corner of Chen Shou's mouth twitched and he said, "Ah Lang is getting married today. How can you not have a gown? Yesterday, when the palace sent the dowry, didn't they also send Ah Lang's gown? It's in Ah Lang's bedroom now." Yang Fan said happily, "That's good, that's good." He turned around and said to Pasta happily, "Sister Ning, there's a gown, ha." Pasta and a group of young women from the Xiuan workshop looked at him strangely. The smile on Yang Fan's face froze and he asked cautiously, "Is there something wrong?" Pasta rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Since there's a gown, then hurry up and put it on." Yang Fan stammered, "Oh, now. Do I have to put it on? Pasta pulled him up and walked away, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. Alas! I'm really worried about you. Look at your muddled face, you're actually going to be the head of the family. Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, I've never come into contact with these things before, so how would I know what to do? Ma Chiao, who was stepping on the ladder, was hanging red silk flowers on the beam. When he heard this, he leaned over and laughed. Brother, you're the groom today, so you don't have to do anything now. You just need to save your strength, and when you're in the bridal room tonight, you'll go all out. Ha ha. On the other side, Chu Kwanga, who was pulling the silk flowers, also laughed, causing the ladder to shake. The person holding the ladder nervously said, be careful, don't fall. Pasta raised his head and glared at Ma Chiao and said angrily, a filthy mouth can't spit ivory. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the uncle, so don't be serious. Ma Chiao winked and said, hey, isn't this Xiao Fan's wedding day? Today doesn't matter if it's big or small. Yang Fan was escorted to the bedroom by a group of women. The unmarried girls were waiting outside, but the married sisters-in-law did not have many scruples. They directly took off his coat and helped him change into a formal dress. After he was dressed neatly, the sisters-in-law pressed him down on the stool and smeared his face for a while. Yang Fan was at their mercy like a puppet. When he was dressed, Pasta brought in a bronze mirror. Yang Fan looked at himself in the mirror and saw that his lips were red, his teeth were white, and his eyebrows were clear. He was even more handsome than usual. His skin was originally darker, but now it looked very white. It seemed that the sisters-in-law had applied powder on his face. It was just that the powder was applied very evenly, and there was not the slightest bit of unnaturalness. His eyebrows were also trimmed, and the edges were slightly drawn, making his sword-like eyebrows look even more heroic. The several elder sisters-in-law looked at the results of their work and beamed with joy. They hurriedly pushed him out of the door. The group of girls waiting outside the door suddenly surrounded him. Among them, there was no lack of girls who used to have a crush on Yang Fan. Seeing his dignified appearance and increasingly handsome appearance, the way they looked at him became somewhat fiery. But times were different. Yang Fan was already a high-ranking official. They usually had no chance to see him, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. If Yang Fan was still a small workshop servant, these shrewish girls would have long made their moves on him and made a scene in the bridal chamber first. Only Miss Xiaodong was brave. She first moved her face over and looked at Yang Fan's face. Then she pulled up his sleeve and said quietly with hidden bitterness, Erlang is so handsome today. Just as Yang Fan was feeling embarrassed, a little girl ran over and shouted, Ah Lang, there is an honored guest at the door. The master of ceremony asks Ah Lang to go and welcome him. This little girl was one of the two little servant girls that Shin Mu gave to Yang Fan. One of them was called Zhou Taomei, the other was Chao Linlin. Now the one who called him Chao Linlin was Chao Linlin, and her nickname was Sanjie. As soon as Yang Fan heard this, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly pulled his sleeve back from Xiaodong's hand and said with a hollow laugh, I will go and welcome the guest first. Yang Fan took the opportunity to slip away. Miss Xiaodong looked at his receding figure with a face full of hidden bitterness. However, her eyes were really not very good. At this time, the one who was being stared at by her pair of all-seeing eyes was not Yang Fan, but the cook of the Yang mansion, Lin Shiwen, who was holding 3 liters of corn and rushing to the door. There were 5 people standing in front of the door. The one in the middle was tall and sturdy like a mountain. His physique was comparable to Chu Kwanga's, but his nose tip was higher and his eye sockets were deeper. He had some blood of the barbarians of the western regions. He was the son-in-law of the Right Guard General Li Duozhua of the Yulin Forest, the Lieutenant General of the Left Guard of the Yulin Forest, Yi Huli. He was Yang Fan's immediate superior, so naturally, he needed to be personally welcomed by Yang Fan. As for the other 4 people, They were Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yen, and Gao Chu. Among these four, Wei Yong was a lieutenant, Li Dayan was a brigade commander, Lu Yen and Gao Chu were only squad leaders, and their positions were all lower than Yang Fan's. If Yi Huli had not arrived at the same time, there would have been no need for Yang Fan to personally welcome them. As soon as Yang Fan saw them, he hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands in salute, saying with a smile, "I did not know that the lieutenant general and the other brothers had arrived, so I did not go out to welcome you. Forgive me, forgive me." Yi Huli laughed and said, "Haha, you are the groom today, no one has a higher position than you. Why are you being so polite?" Yang Fan looked at the Xiuwen workshop and saw that the marquises who had volunteered to help were moving things in big and small bags. They were all gifts brought by the few of them. He hurriedly said, "It's fine if the other brothers came, but there is no need to bring such heavy gifts. This little brother is very apologetic." Lu Yen laughed and said, "Apologetic, you can just say these words to the Lieutenant General, Lieutenant Wei, and Brigade Commander Li. Gao Chu and I are not married yet. Today I gave you a gift, in the future you will definitely return an even more generous gift. The two of us have not suffered any losses at all." Yi Huli and the rest laughed when they heard this. Gao Chu took 2 steps forward and looked Yang Fan up and down. He shook his head repeatedly and sighed continuously. Yi Huli laughed and scolded, "Today is Yang Fan's big day, why are you sighing and groaning?" Gao Chu said, "What a pity, what a pity! It would be great if Erlang was my brother-in-law. It's a pity that Miss Xiaoman beat me to it." Lu Yen laughed and said, "When I first met Erlang at White Horse Temple, didn't I say that I wanted him to be your brother-in-law? You insisted that your sister has high standards and will not marry anyone other than a general. Now that Erlang has really become a general, are you regretting it? Haha, but it's not too late. If Erlang is willing, your sister can be the legitimate wife. Your sister and Xiaoman are like sisters to begin with. It's not a bad thing to serve the same husband." The two of them spoke half truthfully and half falsely and looked at Yang Fan with a smile. The so-called legitimate wife was also a concubine. Although China had since ancient times monogamy with many concubines as the norm, in reality, there were often cases of polygamy. This situation was originally adapted for the needs of political marriages. However, during the Tang dynasty, the practice of legitimate wife became rampant. It was not only limited to the nobles but also common people. Yang Fan did not know whether the two of them were casually joking or intentionally testing him. He did not know how to deal with Xiaoman alone. How would he dare to get involved in a love debt? He could only smile bitterly and said, "Brothers, you must be joking, you must be joking." Wei Yong saw this and laughed. He tried to smooth things over and said, "Miss Xiaoman is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Who is qualified to be her legitimate wife? You two don't make fun of Erlang. Come, come, let's go in and sit down." Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, please come in." Just as Yang Fan turned around, the sound of a horse's neigh suddenly came from the distance. All of them were soldiers, so when they heard the sound of the horse's hooves approaching, they knew that it was coming for the Yang mansion. All of them couldn't help but turn their heads. Chapter 299. Yang Fan and the others stopped and turned to look at the entrance of the alley. There was a banquet set up along the wall in the alley. Although there weren't many guests yet, there were already some people. Some of the elderly guests from the Xiuwen workshop didn't need to help out. They were sitting under the canopy eating dried fruits, drinking water, and chatting. Seeing that the alley was crowded, the rider immediately slowed down. Yang Fan fixed his eyes on the person sitting on the horse. It was the Fengtian Guards Commander Di Guangyuan, the son of the current Prime Minister Di Renji. Apart from Yi Huli, whose position was higher than Di Guangyuan's, who was still standing on the stairs, Yang Fan and the others all turned around and went down the stairs. Once the horse stopped in front of the stairs, Yang Fan cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Di, why are you in such a hurry? It's still early, are you afraid that you won't be able to enjoy the wedding wine? Di Guangyuan dismounted from the horse and looked a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, Erlang, I still have something to do, so I can't attend your wedding banquet today. That's why. I rushed here first to congratulate you. Erlang, please don't blame me. Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and the others looked at each other and understood. Yang Fan had been close to the Wu clan recently and had even rejected Di Renjia's invitation. They had also heard about this. They were pure soldiers and didn't care who the emperor or the crown prince was. Therefore, as long as they had a good relationship with Yang Fan, they didn't need to worry about anything else. However, Di Guangyuan was different. Although his father was loyal to Wu Zetian, he didn't have a good impression of the Wu clan. There was a clear separation between them, and they never contacted each other. Since Yang Fan had sided with the Wu clan, it meant that he had drawn a clear line with Di Renjie. Di Guangyuan was Di Renjie's son, so how could he attend his wedding? As soon as Di Guangyuan revealed an awkward expression, everyone understood his dilemma. Yang Fan naturally knew why Di Guangyuan was in a difficult situation. Being misunderstood by an elder that he respected, Yang Fan was also very sad. However, some things couldn't be made known to everyone. Moreover, the more Di Renjie misunderstood him, the more the Wu clan would trust him. This secret couldn't be revealed. Yang Fan forced a smile. He saw Di Guangyuan was holding the horse's reins with one hand, as if he was going to leave after saying a few words, and did not even want to enter the door. Thereupon he said, Xiao Di is getting married, Brother Di is able to take time out of your busy schedule to come and congratulate me, Xiao Di is very grateful. Since Brother Di has official duties, you should naturally prioritize national affairs. There is no reason for me to blame you. Di Guangyuan blushed with shame. He reached into his pocket and took out a scroll painting. He said to Yang Fan, My father heard that Erlang is getting married, so he specially made a painting as a congratulatory gift. Erlang, please don't think it's despicable. Di Renjie was born in an official's family. He was brimming with talent and was well versed in both literature and martial arts. He was known as the Pearl of the Meandering River, the treasure of the southeast, by the people of his time. He was also very good at reciting poems, painting, and playing the zither. However, other than the occasional imperial banquets and the emperor's order to compose poems, he rarely wrote poems, and no one had heard of him painting. At this time, when they heard that Prime Minister Di had specially made a painting for him to congratulate him on his wedding, Wei Yong and the rest were extremely envious. This was a present from the current Prime Minister Di, and it was a painting personally made by Prime Minister Di. No amount of money could buy this kind of sincerity. From this, it seemed that the rumors were not true. Prime Minister Di did not seem to dislike Yang Fan. Lu Yen and Gao Chu hurried forward and helped Yang Fan to open the scroll painting. The scroll painting slowly unfolded. Everyone looked at it and saw that it was a 5 feet long horizontal scroll. On it was the 3 Friends of Winter. There was a pine tree, a bamboo cluster, and a plum tree. The brush strokes were smooth and experienced, and the density of the strokes was very appropriate. Di Guangyuan smiled and said, Erlang, do you know the meaning of this painting that my father gave you? Yang Fan's eyes flickered slightly and he said, The evergreen pine and cypress means longevity. The bamboo gives birth to bamboo shoots, grandchildren, and the red plum bears seeds, sons. It means having many children and many grandchildren. This is the meaning of having many blessings and longevity, and having many children and grandchildren. I Yang cannot thank Prime Minister enough for your kindness. I Yang will definitely treasure this painting well. Di Guangyuan saw that he was intentionally avoiding his father's intention of giving him the painting, and could only laugh bitterly, and said, Erlang's wedding, I, your brother, do not have any presentable gift. I, your brother, like to shoot and hunt, and have several fine horses at home. Erlang, you have ridden this horse before, do you still remember it? I rode it before? Yang Fan only frowned and thought for a moment, and immediately remembered. It was not that he still remembered this horse, but because he had only ridden the D family's horse once. At that time, the D family's third son, Di Guangzhou, was blinded by greed, and wanted to follow Fu Yi to the palace to persuade him to enter. Yang Fan had ridden the Di family's fast horse, and together with Di Guangyuan, they rushed to the Meridian Gate and tied him up. Yang Fan said in surprise, "Ah, I remember, could it be that this horse is?" Di Guangyuan said with deep meaning, "That's right, it is this horse. At that time, thanks to Erlang riding this horse, my third brother did not fall into the mud, unable to extricate himself. As the saying goes, a fine horse for a warrior, a treasured sword for a hero. Now I, your brother, will give this fine horse to my second brother as a wedding gift. I still have important matters to attend to, and cannot stay for long. I will take my leave now." Di Guangyuan cupped his hands towards Yang Fan and several other military colleagues, and then turned around and walked towards the alley. Yang Fan slowly took 2 steps forward, and gently stroked the horse's mane. Looking at Di Guangyuan's back, he let out a deep sigh. This brother Di has really put in a lot of effort. In the afternoon, the number of guests in the Yang mansion gradually increased. Tao Mei and Sanjier, the 2 little maids, ran inside and out. They ran until their hair was in a mess and they were sweating profusely. However, the 2 of them were beaming with joy. Their own families Lang had so much face, and so many guests of high status came to visit, so naturally they felt honored. After another 2 hours, Xuerengui's son, Xuena, the Right Guard Zhonglong General, and Li Zhan, the former Prime Minister Li Yifu's son, the North Gate Imperial Guard Zhonglong General, also came one after another. At this time, among the Imperial Guards who competed with him at the White Horse Temple, other than Huzeluo, who was still in Chang'an and had not gone to the capital, and Di Guangyuan, who came from afar, only left Guard Gui, Wang Tongjiao did not come. Wang Tongjiao was a direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, one of the 5 families and 7 Wangs. Since Yang Fan was very close to the Wu family, he would definitely not come again. Yang Fan was already mentally prepared for this. The bride had not arrived, so the banquet had not begun. There were only preserved fruits, cheese, and drinking water on the table. Everyone sat and chatted, laughing, so it was quite lively. Seeing the sun setting in the west, Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga led a few people with some preserved fruits and sealed red envelopes to bribe the servants who guarded the gate. The people who went to the Yamen to apply for the night pass also came back. Yang Fan then apologized to the guests who had already arrived, and asked Chu Kuanga to receive these guests on his behalf. Then he went with Ma Qiao and the others from the Xiuwen workshop to escort the bride. Lu Yen and Gao Chu liked the liveliness, so they insisted on going together. Yi Huli, Xuena, Li Zhan, and the others were already in their 30s, so their temperaments were much calmer than the 2 of them. Seeing that the 2 of them were in high spirits, they did not stop them, and only smiled as they watched them go out the door. Xiaoman's maiden home was temporarily set up in Wan Er's mother's house. Xiaoman had several properties in the capital, but she didn't have a house of her own. The imperial palace couldn't be her maiden home, so she needed to find a place outside to receive the bridegroom. Shangguan Wan arranged this place in her mother's house. Her mother was Madame Zheng. After Wan was favored by Wu Zetian and promoted to an important position, Madame Zheng no longer worked as a maid in the palace. Wan bought a mansion for her in Jishan workshop, and Madame Zheng now lived in this mansion. She usually lived in seclusion and kept a low profile. Wan arranged Xiaoman's wedding place in her own house, which was also her painstaking effort. The man she loved was about to get married, but the bride was not her. Not only was it not her, but she also had to arrange the wedding for the bride. How could she endure this? Now, she arranged for Xiaoman to stay in her own house and watched her wedding carriage leave with her own eyes. She had the right to pretend that it was her own and comfort herself. At this moment, the usually quiet Jing mansion was also abnormally lively. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a group of unmarried girls who were good friends with Xiao Man all asked for leave today and rushed to the Jing mansion to see Xiao Man off. With so many girls gathered together, one could imagine how lively the Jing mansion was. Xiao Man was dressing up in her temporary boudoir. The people in charge of dressing her were two very old palace maids. It was said that the maids in charge of dressing up the emperor, the crown prince, and the crown princess on important occasions were the disciples taught by the two of them. In front of these two highly respected old maids, what else could Xiao Man do but be at their mercy? Xiao Man had been dressing up since early in the morning. She didn't eat much for breakfast. Not long after, the two old women directed 7 or 8 palace maids to strip her naked and throw her into a steaming bathtub. She bathed from morning to noon. The hot water was changed more than 10 times, and all kinds of secret bath medicines used in the palace were changed more than 10 times. When she was finally allowed to climb out of the tub, her body was as clean as a freshly peeled egg. Her body was as red as a cooked prawn. Even though Xiao Man had always been strong at this time, she was also weak when the maids helped her up. Poor Xiao Man was tortured until she didn't even have the strength to eat. At noon, she only had half a bowl of porridge before another round of torture began. She sat on the brocade stool and did not leave for the entire afternoon. Under the instructions of the two old women, her hair was coiled up again, and then untied again and again, until the hairstyle made the two old female officials reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. Xiao Man's scalp was very tight. She felt that her eyebrows were slightly hanging up because of the tightness of her scalp. Her skin was too tight, and it was difficult for her to smile. Then, her delicate little face suffered again. Xiao Man was born beautiful, and she usually dressed as a man, so she rarely wore makeup. At this time, there was a dazzling lineup of all kinds of cosmetics on the dressing table. Many of them were things she had never seen before and didn't know what they were used for. When the two very picky old maids finally nodded and let go of the torture on her face, the 4 palace maids changed her hairpins and ceremonial clothes under the command of the old maids. She was wearing an indigo-colored wide-sleeved dress with flower hairpins, which had 12 layers. If it weren't for the help of the 4 palace maids, Xiao Man really wouldn't be able to wear it alone. Finally, she put on a blue wide-sleeved dress and tied a red wedding ribbon before she was pushed in front of the 2 old female officials. The 2 maids sat side by side on the couch and shook their heads in dissatisfaction. They said, "No, it's not neat enough. Take it off and dress again." Hearing this, Xiao Man almost burst into tears. She had never hoped as much as now that Yang Fan would come quickly, ride his white horse, and save her from the fire. Chapter 300. After a day of torment, the 2 female officials were also exhausted. Seeing that the bride's attire finally met their requirements, the 2 meticulous female officials were relieved and were helped to the back room to rest. Xiao Man, who had been bored in the room for a day, felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly begged the palace maids next to her, "Let me go to the courtyard to get some fresh air. I'm suffocating." These palace maids all knew her. Hearing her pitiful words, they couldn't help but say, "County Captain, you just got dressed properly. If you messed up your attire and the 2 mothers-in-law saw you, they would inevitably blame us. Anyway, looking at the time, the groom will be here soon. Why don't you wait a little longer, County Captain?" Xiao Man said with a bitter face, "I still have to wait? I really can't breathe. I'll just stand in the corridor and not walk around. How about that?" The palace maids discussed for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Xiao Man immediately stood up happily. The palace maids were so flustered that they hurriedly reminded her, "County Captain, walk slowly, don't mess up your attire." Thus, Xiemuan held her head high and puffed out her chest. She looked straight ahead and slowly opened the door with her head full of pearls and jade. She walked out with steady step. "Ah, Sister Xiao Man is out." Xiao Man is out? Where? The girls who came to congratulate Xiao Man on her marriage, but never had the chance to see her suddenly surrounded her. When they saw Xiao Man standing in the corridor, they were stunned. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel nervous. She raised her hand and wanted to touch her cheek, but she was afraid that it would ruin her attire. She could only timidly ask, "What's wrong? Oh my God! Is this alluring little vixen really Xiao Man?" "Ah, I was just about to say it, but I don't know how to say it." "That's right, it's charming. She's so beautiful that she can bring disaster to the country and people. How can Xiao Man? How can she be so beautiful?" Lan Yiqing's eyes were red. He tightly grabbed Gao Ying's hand. His little face was flushed with excitement. He repeatedly said, "The bride is so beautiful. Really beautiful. Sister Ying, I want to get married, I want to be a bride." Gao Ying glared at her and rubbed her nose with the back of her palm. She snorted and said, "Save it. We'll talk about it after I get married." "Is it really that beautiful?" Xiao Man showed a relieved smile, raised her hand and wanted to touch her face again, but still put it down with some scruples. She turned around and saw that Gao Ying and others were holding a stick that was as tall as a person, wrapped in red silk. She couldn't help but wonder, "What are you holding the stick for?" Gao Ying rolled her eyes and interrupted, "You don't even know this? This is a necessary ceremony for newlyweds. It's called lower son-in-law or wrecking cart. When the bridegroom arrives, we'll beat him up until his nose is bruised and his face swollen. That'll teach him a lesson so he won't bully you in the future." Although Xiao Meng still had some contradictions in her heart and was unwilling to marry, she had never thought of disobeying the order of the emperor. And Yang Fan was the only man she truly liked after her elder brother. She couldn't think of any reason not to marry him. That kind of complicated feelings was really difficult to express. At this time, hearing what Gao Ying said, Xiao Man was shocked, but she really cared about Yang Fan. She cried out involuntarily, "What? How can this be? You? How can you do this?" She knew the abilities of these female guards. Yang Fan might be skilled in martial arts, but since this was a necessary ceremony for newlyweds, he definitely couldn't resist. Even if he could resist, in front of such a group of skilled female tigers, he would be lucky if he could keep his life, not to mention a bruised nose and a swollen face. Nyonya was really a little anxious. When the female guards saw her anxious look, they couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, look, our Xiao Man hasn't even gotten married yet, but she already dotes on her man." Xiao Man's face turned red and she stamped her feet. "No. I won't allow you to treat Erlang like this. If you do this, I'm going to be angry and ignore you guys in the future." The female guards laughed even more heartily. Someone said, See, girls are extroverted. We've been good sisters for life, but for her good husband, she doesn't want it anymore." Xiao Man was extremely embarrassed by their teasing, but when she thought of the many female heroes in the inner guards, each with a stick beating Erlang's miserable appearance, she really couldn't bear it. When Xiao Man stomped her feet, her head full of pearls, jade, and phoenix hairpins swayed. The palace maids were afraid that the ornaments on her head would fall, so they quickly went forward to support her and whispered a few words in her ear. When Xiao Man heard it, she said, "Really? Hey, why do you have to stop the carriage? This son-in-law ceremony has both literary and martial aspects. The martial aspect is to stop the carriage, and the literary aspect is to urge the makeup. Can't you just ask Erlang to recite a makeup-urging poem? Why do you have to use martial arts?" Gao Ying said eloquently, "Hey! Your Beta Persei is a general, why would he want to recite a poem like Quoda? Besides, we're all martial artists, who would like to recite a poem. Of course it's more interesting to use a spear and a stick, don't you think so?" The female guards all agreed, making Xiao Man extremely anxious. It was still Lan Yiqing who was soft-hearted. Seeing that Xiao Man was really anxious, she revealed the mystery with a smile and said, Okay, Xiao Man Jiejie, don't worry. How could we really beat brother-in-law Black and Blue? This stick is made of straw, how could it hurt someone? As she spoke, she used 2 fingers to pinch the stick, that was wrapped in thick red liquid, and turned it around. Looking at its light appearance, it really wasn't a real wooden stick. Only then did Xiao Man feel relieved. She glared at the mischievous Gao Ying. Gao Ying made a face at her and giggled. At this time, a servant of the Jing residence ran into the courtyard panting and shouted, "Hurry, hurry, the groom's convoy is almost in front of the residence." When Lan Yiqing heard this, she called out, "Sisters, let's go. Let's go." A group of female guards excitedly raised the stick and rushed out of the residence. A few palace maids also hurried forward to support Xiao Man and said, "County Captain, quickly return to your room, the groom has arrived." Xiao Man was supported by a few palace maids back to her room and sat in front of the dressing table. One of the palace maids stuffed a goose feather fan into her hand and said, "County Captain, once you leave the boudoir, you must cover your face with the fan. Before you pay your respects, you must not remove the feather fan and show your face to others. Remember, remember." Xiao Man nodded and held the fan in her hand. Looking at the charming and somewhat unfamiliar face in the mirror, she thought in a daze, Am I going to get married? Once I step out of this door, I will become Second Lang's wife, never to be separated for the rest of my life?" The setting sun was soft and warm, like the yolk of a Gaoyu duck egg. Yang Fan rode on a snow-white steed, with not a single strand of hair out of place. He wore a 5-point crown of flowers on his head, and was dressed in a crimson official's robe. He looked like a champion on a stage, leading a long procession towards the Lady Zheng's residence. Behind him, Ma Qiao led a few strong and sturdy servants, each carrying 3 liters of corn, a bundle of sleeping mats, 3 caddies of reeds, and 3 wolf fang arrows. These were all gifts for the bride's family: 3 liters of corn to fill the mortar and mortar, 10 feet of summer mats to cover the mouth of the well, 3 caddies of reeds to fill the kitchen, 3 arrows to guard the house. From afar, Yang Fan could already see the words Zheng's mansion on the lintel. This is Wan Er's home. At this moment, she is in the mansion. I don't know how sad she will feel when she comes to get married, but the bride is not her. Just as Yang Fan was thinking of this, the door suddenly opened and a group of very beautiful tigresses with sticks in their hands happily rushed over. What's going on?" Yang Fan, who had limited knowledge of the wedding ceremonies of the Tang dynasty, had only attended Ma Qiao's wedding. He had never seen such a scene on that day. He pulled the reins and was about to turn his head to ask when he suddenly found that the entire procession had already stopped. Only he was moving forward on his horse. Unknowingly, there was a distance of 4 or 5 feet between him and the procession. "Hit him!" Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing shouted and leaped up. The 2 long sticks, in their hands wrapped in red silk, swept towards Yang Fan's head. Yang Fan saw that this was going to be bad. He was going to be hit by these 2 sticks. Although the sticks did not look too thick, these 2 ladies had a lot of strength in their hand. His head was also a place that could not withstand a heavy blow, so he hurriedly jumped to hide and dodge the 2 sticks. "Hit him!" More women rushed up and hit him with a flurry of sticks, making him smile. "Huh? It doesn't hurt. This isn't a stick." Yang Fan dodged here and there. In the end, he simply jumped off the horse and jumped around. However, he was still hit in the buttocks by a stick. As a result, the stick broke. Yang Fan did not feel any pain. Just as he was feeling puzzled, more sticks came down on his head. Yang Fan continued to cover his head and run like a rat. Su Fang was watching with a smile. She didn't stop them until she saw Yang Fan's crown was crooked and his hairpin had fallen off. Only when she saw Yang Fan running away in such a sorry state did she pick up a dustpan of copper coins and throw them on the ground, loudly begging for mercy on Yang Fan's behalf. Only then did the women reluctantly stop, giggling and laughing as they picked up the coins. Yang Fan stood still with a lingering fear. He asked Ma Qiao, who had caught up, "What are they doing?" Ma Qiao said slowly, "They're showing off their power." Yang Fan said, "Why didn't you do this when you got married?" Ma Qiao said proudly, "How virtuous and gentle is my family's Xiaoning?" Fortunately, the difficulties and fright that Yang Fan received were limited to this son-in-law ceremony in front of the Fu. After all, the bride's home was borrowed from Jing Shiforan's place. The female bodyguards did not want to be too casual in someone else's home. Therefore, the bride was very smoothly received by him. When Yang Fan received the bride, he did not see Wan Er. He also knew that it was impossible for Wan Er to appear in front of him at this time. Thinking of the pain in Wan Er's heart, Yang Fan could only turn his heart full of guilt into a disappointed sigh. The bride was received out of the Jingfu. The procession to receive and send off the bride cooperated all the way to Yang Fan's home. Along the way, there was a jubilant atmosphere. No one noticed that on the embroidered building in the corner of the Jingfu's garden, a small crack opened. A beautiful woman wearing a moon-white gown foolishly looked at the procession in the distance. 2 lines of clear tears gently slid down her cheeks. In the sedan chair, Xiao Man, dressed in splendid attire, tightly grasped the feather fan. Her heart was incomparably hesitant. She knew that from the moment she stepped onto this sedan chair, whether she was willing or not, whether she liked it or not, she would be Yang Fan's wife for the rest of her life. But she still did not have the awareness of being a wife. More importantly, she knew very well who the woman Yang Fan liked was. How could she be happy? Yang Fan, who forced himself to be cheerful, rode on the horse. He looked back every 3 steps until the Jingfu completely disappeared from his sight. Today, the happiest people for Yang Fan's wedding were not the groom and bride, but the female bodyguards of the imperial household and the common people of the Xiuwen workshop who cheered along the way. The sun set, leaving only a smear of dusky yellow on the horizon. As dusk approached, the heart wavered in the knot of hair. Between crying and laughing, a marriage was formed. Chapter 301. In the Yang Manor, a green hut had been set up in front of the central room. It was made of bamboo and wood and covered with green cloth. Xiao Man slowly got off the carriage. With the help of 2 palace maids in splendid attire, she covered her face with a feather fan and stepped onto the red carpet with her embroidered shoes. Stepping on the brazier, straddling the saddle, and straddling the sacks of rice, the pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl gently scattered the grains on the 2 of them. The rice drops bounced along their robes and gently splashed on the red carpet. The 2 of them stood still in the green hut. The guests all rushed in and filled the green hut to the brim. They looked at the couple and bowed. Yang Fan looked at Xiao Man, who was covering her pretty face with a feather fan. He slowly recited the poem he had asked someone to write in advance. Chang'e flies with the colorful clouds and descends. She cannot sleep alone in the Toad Palace. If the Tao is reunited like the bright moon, the feather fan moves gently and the osmanthus blossoms. After reciting the poem, the snow-white feather fan in front of Xiao Man was gently moved away. The water is the eyes, the mountain is the eyebrows, the eyes are like lacquer, the skin is whiter than snow, bright and beautiful. Even though Yang Fan was already familiar with her appearance, he was stunned, not to mention the guests in the hall. Being stared at by Yang Fan's burning gaze, Xiao Man couldn't help blushing shyly. She gently lowered her head. The master of ceremony said, "Bow to each other." 2 red prayer mats were placed in front of them. The 2 knelt facing each other. Xiao Man's eyes were very complicated. There seemed to be some confusion and some contradiction. But when she met Yang Fan's eyes, she subconsciously lowered her eyes. First bow. Under the command of the master of ceremony, under the signal of the 2 palace maids, Xiao Man folded her hands on the blanket in front of her and bent her waist deeply. Her fair and clear forehead gently touched her fingertips. When she slowly and elegantly straightened her waist, she saw that Yang Fan had already bowed down. She saw the 5-beam crown that had been bowed down and the fresh flowers that had been pinned on the 5-beam crown. For some reason, her heart suddenly palpitated. An indescribable feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Second bow. Yang Fan straightened his back to accept the bow, and Xiaoman bowed deeply once more. Unknowingly, Yang Fan had thrown away all the distracting thoughts in his heart, and he solemnly sensed everything before his eyes. The third bow, the fourth bow, the ceremony was complete. A pair of scissors tied with red silk was sent to the groom, Yang Fan. Yang Fan cut a strand of hair, and placed the cut hair and the scissors on the red silk tray. The tray was then sent to Xiaoman. With another crisp cut, a lock of Xiaoman's black hair fell. Xiaoman stared at the strand of hair on the plate, as if a very important part of her life had also been cut off. People often say that for a woman, marriage is equivalent to a new life. Then, this hair ceremony was probably the feeling of cutting the umbilical cord of a newborn. Xiaoman's heart suddenly felt empty. She watched as the palace maids skillfully tied her and Yang Fan's hair together with a red thread and put it into a brocade pouch embroidered with the words, "Blissful Union for 100 years." Suddenly, a very familiar and strange feeling welled up in her heart. That feeling was like after her mother's death, when her elder brother used his hand, which had been ground into a bloody mess by the sand, to gently hold her small hand. It was as if the blood of the two of them had suddenly been connected. The sacred ceremony passed down by the ancients suddenly gave her an indescribable feeling. She wanted to cry, "Hold the hand of the sun!" The master of ceremonies' voice was still loud and high-spirited. Yang Fan's hand held her small hand that was hanging by her side. Xiaoman's delicate body suddenly trembled. She was just thinking about how her elder brother would hold her hand and take her to wander the world. The moment Yang Fan's hand held hers, she suddenly looked at Yang Fan. In a trance, she felt as if the figure of her elder brother and Yang Fan were overlapping. The elder brother in her childhood memories, as she grew older, also grew in her imagination. That image was always vague and abstract. She had never been able to clearly see the image of her elder brother in her dreams. His face always seemed to be hidden in a layer of fog. But now that image suddenly became incomparably clear. He was standing by her side. In the darkness it seemed that her elder brother's mature and childish voice came, "Nyo, you've grown up. In the future, the one holding your hand and taking care of you for the rest of your life will no longer be me, but your husband. Nyo, elder brother is leaving." The image of Yang Fan in her heart became more and more clear, as if it wanted to expel the image of her elder brother from her mind. Xiaoman inexplicably became afraid. She was afraid of this feeling. She wanted to pull her hand out of Yang Fan's hand. Yang Fan felt her action and couldn't help but frown slightly. He increased the strength of his hand. The little stubbornness of the two, in the eyes of the guests, seemed to be the bride's shyness. So, laughter immediately filled the green hut. Hold your hand, eat with your chopsticks. Hold your hand, eat with your food. Hold your hand, die with your child. Hold your hand, sleep with your child. Hold your hand, be happy with your child. Hold your hand, grow old with your child. Hold your hand, what more can I ask for? Thank the heavens, what more can I ask for in this life? Under the guidance of the MC, the two of them recited the poem that they had long memorized when preparing for the wedding. In the beginning, Xiaoman's voice seemed to be half a beat slower than Yang Fan's, and Yang Fan's voice was not firm and dignified enough. But as they recited, their voices actually had a strange resonance. Xiaoman's voice was still half a beat slower than his, but it sounded harmonious and beautiful like a husband singing and a wife following. The two of them were unknowingly affected by this solemn and sacred ceremony and became solemn and dignified. From now on, he is my husband. From now on, she is my wife. The two of them looked at each other at the same time. This time, neither of them avoided the other's gaze. Their gazes were fixed, and there was a kind of infatuation. In the midst of the eulogy of "Hold Your Hand," no one noticed Xiaodong's back as he quickly walked out of the green hut and the 2 drops of tears that fell sadly. Gao Ying's lips carried a bitter and joyful smile. She gently wiped the corners of her eyes and took the lead in cheering. In the green hut there was a thunderous applause. "Bride, this way please." The MC guided Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman out of the green hut. Accompanied by many guests, they came to the left side of the courtyard. Yang Fan was surprised to find that the MC had led them to the pigsty in the left side of the courtyard. Of course, Yang Fan could not raise a pig, but there was clearly a pig in the pigsty, and it was a white and clean sow. The white and clean sow's head was tied with a red silk scarf, and it was humming comfortably in the sun. The MC said with a smile, "Bride, bow and pray in silence." Xiao Man was taken aback and looked around timidly. Finally, she decided to ask Yang Fan. Xiao Man quietly asked, "Why do we have to pray to a pig?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. When the MC heard the bride's question, he laughed and said, "Sow has a lot of offspring, and can give birth to 8 or 10 in one litter. Pray to the sow, for good luck, and have more children in the future." Xiao Man almost fainted when she heard this. The MC said with a smile, "This is an ancient ceremony, bride, quickly bow." Xiao Man had no choice but to respectfully bow to the sow 3 times. That sow accepted Commandant Xie's 3 kowtows. She didn't pay any attention to her, only wagging her little tail and grunting a few more times. As Yang Fan stood there, he suddenly thought of the scene of Princess Taiping throwing her husband into the pigsty on their wedding night. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xie Xiaoman was forced to bow 3 times to a sow, and her heart was already full of shame and indignation. Suddenly hearing Yang Fan laugh, she thought he was making fun of her. She couldn't help but glare at him and blurt out, "You want me to have as many children as a pig? Don't even think about it." Yang Fan's smile froze. Many of the guests who were watching the ceremony burst out laughing when they heard the bride's tough words. Xiao Man knew that she had made a slip of the tongue, and couldn't help but blush. She didn't know why she said such a sentence. She obviously didn't want to marry. How could she even think about the problem of how many children to have? The awareness of being a wife had been instilled little by little into Nyonyo's heart through these ceremonies. The banquet began. Accompanied by her good friends, Xie Xiaoman went to the bridal chamber to change into a light dress. She wore a narrow-sleeved short shirt and a long skirt. She could walk freely during the banquet and didn't have to worry about tripping or rubbing herself with grease. And this kind of dress also served to accentuate her slender figure, making her look even more beautiful and pleasant. General Wu of the Yulin Guard arrives. General Qiu of the Jin Wu Guards arrives. The master of ceremony stood at the door and shouted. More than half of the guests in the hall stood up. Today the guests were mostly military generals. These military generals' ranks were lower than the 2 generals, and many of them were their direct subordinates. How could they not stand up to greet them? Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman came to the door to greet them. Huang Xuchang, Zhang Shidong, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and the others also followed behind them. They saw Wu Yi and Qiu Shenji walking side by side, and behind them were 2 old soldiers carrying congratulatory gifts. As soon as they saw Yang Fan, Wu Yi laughed and said, "General Yang, congratulations, congratulations." Yang Fan did not expect the 2 of them to come. He hurriedly gestured to the guests in the hall and said, "Yang Fan's wedding is not worthy of the 2 great generals coming to congratulate me. The 2 great generals' arrival really makes Yang Fan feel extremely fearful. Great generals, please come in quickly." There were so many seats in the hall, but there was really no one worthy to sit with these 2. Fortunately, King Liang Wu Sansi had said that he would personally come to congratulate them. Although Yang Fan did not know if his words were true or false, he still had to make preparations. Therefore, there was a table left in the hall, and he invited the 2 of them to sit at this table. Yang Fan and the bride had just offered a toast to the 2 great generals when the master of ceremony at the door shouted in an even louder voice, "Steward Li of Princess Taiping's residence, under the orders of Princess Taiping, has come to congratulate General Yang on his wedding and to deliver congratulatory gifts. General Yang, please come out and welcome us." As soon as these words were shouted, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Princess Taiping? What kind of background did this young fan have? How could he make Princess Taiping send an envoy to congratulate him? Everyone was astonished, including Qiushenji. Only Wu Yi remained calm and was not surprised at all. This great general had a strong first impression. He had long recognized Yang Fan as his cheap uncle. Wasn't his cheap uncle Princess Taiping's cheap father? Recently, Princess Taiping had been in contact with the court officials more and more frequently. It seemed that she intended to intervene in the political arena. It was reasonable that she wanted to make friends with Yang Fan, who could still speak in front of the Empress. Qiushenji was surprised for a moment, but his expression also calmed down. The reason he thought of was that Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had competed together and defeated the Tubo team. In his opinion, Princess Taiping might have treated Yang Fan differently because of this. When Yang Fan heard the Master of Ceremonies shout, his heart immediately tightened. Princess Taiping? Would she be kind enough to congratulate him? Today's marriage was originally a trick of her out of jealousy. What kind of trick was she playing now? Chapter 302. Yang Fan said to Xiao Man in a low voice, "I'll go take a look, you stay with the guests first." Xiao Man nodded lightly and watched as Yang Fan hurried to the door. The external steward of Princess Taiping's residence, Li Yi, was a eunuch. When Princess Taiping got married, he was assigned by the palace as part of her dowry. After many years of hard work, he had already become the main steward of Princess Taiping's residence. Seeing Yang Fan come out, Li Yi's beardless, round, and pale face was immediately filled with smiles. He took a step forward and clasped his hands together, saying, "Haha, congratulations, congratulations to Lang General Yang on your marriage. My master specially sent me to congratulate you and also to present my master's congratulatory gift. I hope Lang General Yang will kindly accept it." As Li Yi spoke, he turned his body sideways and waved his hand. Behind him, two servants wearing green robes and hats carried a long box forward. Looking at their movements, that long box was very heavy. Many guests heard the news and rushed out to see the excitement. Many people began to discuss, "Such a long box, what kind of gift could it be? It looks very heavy. Look at it, it looks like a sword." "Nonsense, what kind of sword is so long, and look at them, it looks very heavy. Is a sword that heavy? Maybe it's a horse-slaying sword." A treasured sword is given to a hero. Lang General Yang is a military general. Giving a treasured sword is not wrong, but have you ever heard of giving a horse-slaying sword? Yang Fan looked at the long box in front of him, and looked at Li Yi with some caution. Steward Li smiled slightly, saying, "This is a gift specially prepared by my master for Lang General's wedding. He invited skilled craftsmen and spent many days to make it. Lang General Yang, do you not want to take a look?" When the onlookers heard this, they all started to jeer. "Erlang, quickly open it, let us broaden our horizons." Yang Fan made up his mind, stretched out his hand and pulled off the red ribbon tied to the box, gently opened the lid, and at a glance saw the contents of the box. He was immediately stunned. The box was covered with red velvet, and there were only two things inside, a baseball stick and a bow ball. The ball-shaped staff was golden in color, and its surface was engraved with various patterns. At a glance, there were carps and flowing water, lotus seeds and lotus flowers, pine and cypress cranes, all auspicious objects. Yang Fan gently stretched out his hand, wanting to take the staff out. When the staff entered his hand, a cool metallic feeling spread to his heart, and he was secretly surprised. No wonder these two people have such a hard time lifting it. It really is not a wooden staff. Yang Fan took a deep breath and exerted strength with one arm, grabbing the beaded staff tightly and fiercely pulling it away from the long box. The two green-clothed servants couldn't retract their strength in time, and the long box in their hands were lifted upwards. Yang Fan only felt that the staff was very heavy in his hand, so he hurriedly reached out to grab the staff with his other hand. Only then did he feel more at ease. Gold. This is a pure gold staff. The princess is so generous. How much is that staff worth? Money? You only know about money. If you have so much gold, can you make such a ball stick? Moreover, this is a congratulatory gift from Princess Taiping. Can it be exchanged for money? The guests saw Yang Fan's action of grabbing the staff and immediately guessed the material of the staff and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Qiu Shenji and Wu Yi were proud of their status and didn't leave their seats, but the discussions of the crowd had already reached them. The two looked at each other and thought, Princess Taiping actually gave such a generous gift? The princess gave such a heavy gift. Is my gift a little too light? Yang Fan also revealed a shocked expression and carefully placed the staff back into the box. He said to Li Yi, head steward, it is already an honor for Her Highness to come and congratulate Yang Fan on his wedding. This gift is really too valuable. Yang Fan cannot accept it. Head steward, please take it back. Li Yi said with a smile. If we take back the gift, it will not be easy for us to explain to the princess. Lang Jiangdaran has already examined the ball-shaped staff, but has not seen this ball. Only when he said this did Yang Fan notice the ball the size of a fist. Just now when he opened the box, a red light entered his eyes. It faintly emitted a crystal-clear, glossy and gorgeous light. He felt that this ball was extraordinary, but his attention was attracted by the dazzling golden staff. Now that he heard Li Yi's words, he remembered to look at the red ball. The red ball was also embedded in the velvet. Yang Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the red ball. He only felt that it was heavy, as if it was also a metal or stone object. He held the red ball up and under the illumination of the lights in the corridor, the red ball shone brightly. No matter where one stood, they seemed to be able to see a strange red light reflected in their eyes. Especially when Yang Fan's hand moved slightly, the red light flowed in all directions, like a golden snake crossing the sky. Looking at each other, everyone could see the red light reflected on each other's faces and bodies. Yang Fan, who was holding the red ball in his hand, stood in the center. His whole face was reflected red. The red light flickered, illuminating his crimson groom's robe. It seemed that even his body was glowing. His whole body was bathed in red light, as if he was covered by a cloud of fire. There was no lack of knowledgeable guests among the guests. They couldn't help but shout, "Fire jade! This is a fire jade! My God, such a large piece of fire jade, this is a priceless treasure!" Qiu Shenji sat in his seat and looked up. He also saw Yang Fan, who seemed to be covered by a cloud of fire. When Yang Fan's body moved to the side, he also clearly saw the round and natural fire jade, and couldn't help but be shocked. The so-called fire jade was a name people used in the past. In reality it was a ruby. There were dark red rubies, bright red rubies, and some with impurities. No matter what the color, there was rarely such a large ruby. But this ruby in front of him was not only as large as a fist, but also as round as a ball. It also had no impurities, which made it even more priceless. Qiu Shenji subconsciously looked at his belt. His belt was also inlaid with a ruby. It was only the size of a fingernail, and it was dark red. It was far less magnificent than the ruby in front of him. Qiu Shenji's robe sleeves hung down, and very naturally covered his belt. This gift is really too valuable. Yang Fan doesn't dare to accept it no matter what. Yang Fan was very surprised. He quickly put the gem back into the box and repeatedly refused. He only knew that this gem was precious, but he didn't know that this gem was the national treasure of the Tang dynasty. When Li Shimin was fighting against Goguryeo, Baian, who was attached to Goguryeo, offered this treasure to the emperor of the Tang dynasty to prevent himself from being caught in the crossfire. Later, when Li Ji's beloved daughter Taiping got married, this national treasure was specially used as her dowry. If Yang Fan knew that this gem was the most valuable dowry of Princess Taiping, he was afraid that it would be even more of a hot potato. Li Yi laughed and said, "Lang General Yang, I am only a servant under orders to deliver the gift. Since Lang General is so polite to me, I can't explain it to His Highness. He looked around with a smile and said, Is there anyone who can lend a hand and accept this gift for Langjiang? My 2 servants are very weak. I hope they don't make any mistakes and ruin the gift that the princess gave to Lang General. This is a good thing. Since they took the initiative to give it to us, how can we not accept it? Chu Kuanga and Ma Chiao stepped forward at the same time and hurriedly accepted the box for Yang Fan. Yang Fan had no choice but to say, Chief Steward, please come in and have a drink. Li Yi chuckled a couple of times and cupped his hands towards Yang Fan, saying, Many thanks for Lang General's good intentions. Today is Lang General's big day. My body is crippled, so it will be inauspicious for me to enter. I don't dare to enter and bring bad luck with me. The task has been completed, so I will take my leave now. Li Yi said and turned to leave. Yang Fan had to send him out. After sending Li Yi away, he turned around and walked back to the guest hall. Many people looked at Yang Fan with awe. Yang Fan, this Lang General, might not make them care too much. But a Lang General who could make Princess Taiping send people to congratulate him could not be ignored. Being able to make Princess Taiping give such a precious gift to him, that was even more. What exactly was he? Even if he was a prince, Princess Taiping might not be willing to give him such a heavy gift. A golden staff, a ruby ball. As Yang Fan walked up the hall, one scene after another flashed through his mind. The bowing competition by the Luo River, the mermaid-like Princess Taiping lying on the soft couch, the cup of fine wine delivered by the river, and the bowing ball thrown back to him. During the Lantern Festival, she raised her arms and shouted. She galloped on the battlefield and defeated the Tubo army. He knew that Princess Taiping's jealousy was the reason why she used the opportunity of his great merit to trick the emperor into marrying her and separate him and won. But today's gift was absolutely not malicious. When Princess Taiping carefully chose this gift, he really did not know what kind of mentality she had. Walking to the hall, Yang Fan looked up and saw Xiao Man staring at him with a strange look in her eyes. Princess Taiping gave such a heavy gift, which was also unimaginable for Xiao Man. She had served in front of Empress Wu before, so she had seen these dignitaries coming and going. Even Wu Zetian had not received such a heavy gift. Xiao Man naturally did not know about the love affair between Princess Taiping and Yang Fan, but Princess Taiping gave such a heavy gift. She naturally thought of Shanghai Wan. In her view, only Shangguan Daizhao could be so generous and willing to give such a heavy gift. She was afraid that Shangguan Daizhao could not do it herself, so she borrowed Princess Taiping's hand. Thinking of this, Xiao Man suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. Originally, she felt that she was an outsider, but she destroyed other people's love, broke up a pair of lovers, and took away Shangguan Daizhao's man. However, once they got married, their statuses would be different, and their standpoints would also be different. Yang Fan was her man now. She really couldn't say that she wasn't jealous at all when she saw this scene. Oh, just now it was. Seeing Xiao Man's strange look, Yang Fan also inexplicably felt guilty, as if he was caught in bed by his wife. Just when he wanted to explain, he heard the master of ceremonies like a crowing rooster, with a high-pitched and joyful tone, "Protector of the state, Master Huai Yi, the abbot of White Horse Temple, has arrived." Hearing this, even Wu Yi and Qiu Shinji suddenly stood up. Yang Fan hurriedly said to Xiao Man, "Cough. My wife, my teacher has arrived. Let's go and welcome him together." The hall full of guests followed Yang Fan and Xiao Man out of the door. Outside the door, they saw a shriveled old monk standing at the door, flicking his bald head with his fingers, with a bitter smile on his face. Not far away, there was a rapid sound of hooves. Everyone looked out and saw a group of bald monks riding on tall horses hurriedly leaving. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Senior Brother Ijua, why did Master come and go?" Chapter 303. Ijua laughed dryly. Master Shui rushed over and forgot to prepare a gift. Master Shui said that it's his disciple's wedding, so how can he not prepare a gift? So, he went back to prepare a gift, hee. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Xue Huai's character was certainly not flattering, but he had a sense of loyalty. Although Yang Fan disdained the way he made his fortune and didn't want to learn from him, he still felt close to this great monk Xue who sincerely cared for him. Since Xue Huai had left, Yang Fan could only invite Yizhuo in. Yizhuo was bald and wore a kasaya, standing out from the crowd. After he sat down, he drank the wine, ate the meat, and was completely at ease. Everyone felt that he was even more out of the ordinary. The wedding banquet went on for another hour before the host's voice rang out again, Protector of the State, White Horse Temple's Abbot, Master Huai. Yang Fan and the others went out to welcome Xue Huai once again. They saw Xue Huai dressed in a red kasaya, his bald head gleaming under the light. He was accompanied by Hongyi, Honglu, and the others on his left and right. Behind them stood 4 burly monks who used wooden crosses and ropes to carry a golden fruit tree. The fruit tree seemed to have small red lanterns shining on it. As soon as Xue Huai saw Yang Fan, he laughed and said, "Good disciple, I was drunk and forgot that today is your big day. Luckily your 6th senior brother reminded me. Haha, looking at you now, you really do look like a bridegroom. Congratulations, congratulations." Yang Fan quickly went forward to greet. Disciple Yang Fan greets Master. Wu Yi and Qiu Shenji also came forward. Greetings, Master Xue. Xue Huai waved his hand. No need to greet me, no need to greet me. The world is big, but the groom is the biggest today. I'm also a guest, no need to be so polite. Come, come, let's go in and drink. I came a bit late, did you guys finish all the good wine? Yang Fan smiled. Since Master is here, we must drink until we're drunk. Don't worry, Master, I'll have enough. Alright. As long as there is good wine, I can be at ease. Xue Huai caressed his belly and casually said, 17, today is your big day. As a monk, I don't have a gift for you. I'll just give you 100 children tree. Hee, 100 children and 1,000 grandchildren, it's a blessing. When Xiao Man heard this, her little face couldn't help but frown again. She thought to herself, really? Why are all men like this? Don't tell me that women get married just to give birth to a nest of children for you men? Hong One said, 17, the fruit tree that Master gave you is not an ordinary one. The trunk of the tree is made of gold, the leaves are made of green jade, and the fruit is made of fire jade. There are 100 fire jades in total, and each one is worth 1,000 gold. This fruit tree is priceless. Hong Lu immediately followed up. The branches of this treasured tree cost a total of 143 caddies of gold. However, this isn't much. Gold is valuable, but jade is invaluable. The leaves on the tree are all carved from the best quality jade, and each piece is, before he could finish, Xue Huai glared at them and scolded with a smile. It's just a gift that Master casually took from the treasury. What are you showing off for? Go away. Even though he said this, his face showed a smug expression. Xue Huai had rushed over to attend the wedding banquet today. Originally, he had prepared a congratulatory gift. Although it was expensive, it was nothing more than some gold cakes and jade pendants. But when he arrived at the Yang mansion, he happened to hear the guests, who were eating outside, making a fuss about the gift that Princess Taiping had just sent over. Xue Huai's face fell when he heard it. He had always liked to be in the limelight. Other than Wu Zetian, he didn't dare to compete with anyone else. He would only be satisfied if he was number 1 in front of anyone else. How could he let Princess Taiping beat him? He immediately left without saying a word, vowing to find a gift that could beat Princess Taiping. Don't be fooled by what he said about casually taking a congratulatory gift. In fact, this gorgeous and luxurious golden fruit tree was also one of a kind among his treasures. In order for someone to give him this treasure, he had to promise them something. Now, he had to reluctantly part with this treasure, and was about to borrow the mouths of his 2 trusted disciples to let the ignorant guests know about it. Seeing the envious expressions of the guests, Xue Huai was extremely proud. Yang Fan knew him well, and after hearing this, he knew why he had come and left. Facing such a heavy gift, Yang Fan couldn't help but decline. Then, he personally poured a cup of wine and asked the bride to present it to his master. Xue Huai took the wedding wine and drank it in one gulp. He laughed and said, go ahead, I will drink with the two great generals." At this time, the master of ceremonies shouted again at the door, the arrival of King Liang. When Yang Fan heard this, he had to go out with Xiao Man to welcome him. Qiu Shenji and Wu Yi excused themselves to Xue Huai and went out together. Only Xue Huai sat still. His disciples saw that their master did not move, so they also sat there and ignored him. Wu Sanxi was a prince, so in terms of status, he was the most respected. Even the host and the guests went out to welcome him, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Wu Sanxi gave a pair of jade mandarin ducks as a gift. Compared to the gift sent by King Wei, Wu Qingxi, it was naturally more valuable. However, compared to the treasures sent by Princess Taiping and Xue Huai, it did not cause a stir. Wu Sanxi looked arrogant and swaggered into the hall. When he entered the hall, he saw that there were still guests sitting there and not moving. He showed a look of displeasure. Xue Huai grabbed the wine jar with one hand and pointed at him while laughing. "Sanxi, you are so late. You should drink 3 cups as punishment." Wu Sanxi took a closer look, and his puffed-out chest deflated with a poochie sound. He hurriedly tiptoed over and greeted with a face full of smiles. Master Xue, so you're here too." Xue Huai burped and said, "Nonsense. The one getting married today is my disciple. If I am not here, where should I go?" Wu Sanxi said, Yes. Sanxi was muddle-headed. "How could I have forgotten about this? You should drink as punishment, He quickly placed 3 cups and filled them with wine. He then sat beside Xue Huai with a smile and poured a cup for him, saying, "Master Xue, please." Qiu Shenji saw that Wu Sanxi was trying his best to curry favor with Xue Huai, and couldn't help but sneer. Master Xue has already agreed to speak for King Wei. The 100 seeds tree that he gave to Yang Fan was the treasure that King Wei gave him to guard his house. King Wei is about to become the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, yet you are in such a hurry to hug him. Are you still in time? Yang Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw that King Liang had a mission as well. He turned to Xiaoman and said, Let's go. Let's go pay our respects to the villagers in the workshop. It's getting late, so they'll be leaving soon. Okay. Xiaoman agreed meekly and followed Yang Fan out. Yang Fan took 2 steps and suddenly felt that Xiaoman's expression was very unusual. He couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. The wedding banquet finally ended. At first, Ma Qiao, Gao Ying, and Lan Yiqing wanted to make a scene in the bridal chamber. However, there were too many guests, and Yang Fan and Xiaoman were busy. It was almost midnight by the time they sent the guests away. If they made a scene in the bridal chamber, Yang Fan's wedding night would probably be ruined. Ma Qiao's mother and Mian were exhorting Ma Qiao not to spoil other people's wedding night. Thinking that it was reasonable, they had no choice but to let go of this opportunity. They also bid farewell to Yang Fan one by one, and then dispersed. After all the guests had left, Yang Fan and Buqi felt like they had just fought a battle. Suddenly, they felt their backs ache. Third sister and Tao Mei walked over unsteadily. Their faces were drenched in sweat. They said to Yang Fan weakly, Lang, wife, please rest early. This servant will clean up the guest hall. The cook, Lin Shiwen, said listlessly, Lang, this lowly one has been busy since the afternoon. I haven't eaten anything yet. This lowly one should eat something first and then help them clean the guest hall. Yang Fan didn't know what to do. He couldn't help but look at Xiaoman. Xiaoman coughed and said, You've all worked hard for the whole day. Don't be in a hurry to clean the hall. Quickly eat something and rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will send a few people to help clean the hall. When they heard this, They felt like they had been pardoned and repeatedly thanked her. Xiaoman smiled and said, "Take these things and buy a few new sets of clothes. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Go and get some rest." "Thank you, wife. Thank you." When the things were in their hands, they were a few golden beans. Taomei, third sister, and the others were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked her. Xiaoman also saw that they were really working hard. When she returned to the new room to fix her makeup and change clothes, she suddenly had an idea. She fished out a few golden beans from under the quilt, which came in handy at this time. Yang Fan looked at Xiaoman in amazement. She was dignified, calm, and confident. She really had the air of a housewife. Could marriage make people mature all of a sudden? Was this still the unruly and playful little girl? Third sister and the others were really tired. Their heels hurt from standing. They didn't feel it before, but now that they had rested, they really couldn't hold on for a moment. Since the mistress had given the order, they quickly retreated. Only Chen Shou was a step slower. After the three people left, he said to Yang Fan, "Ah Lang, Zhao Yu didn't come for some reason and asked this old servant to deliver this congratulatory gift." Because Xiaoman was present, Chen Shou didn't say much. When Yang Fan heard that it was Zhao Yu, he naturally understood that it was actually a wedding gift from Shin Mu. When he received it, it was a light craft paper bag. Chen Shou smiled and bowed to the bride and groom before retreating. When the song ended, only Yang Fan and Xiaoman were left in the guest hall. When Xiaoman saw the four people retreating, her shoulders also collapsed. She let out a long sigh of relief. To tell the truth, she was also very tired. She had finally endured this day. Xiaoman turned slightly and suddenly saw that Yang Fan was looking at her. She couldn't help but feel nervous again. No, this day didn't seem to have passed yet. It seemed that she, the bride, hadn't fulfilled all the responsibilities of a bride. What should she do next? Images of men and women having intercourse flashed through Xiaoman's mind. The scene was so beautiful that it made her eyes and ears burn. It was the 36 plain ladies in the palace. That was explained to her by the two old female officials sent by the palace. Xiaoman's brain, which had already become a ball of paste from exhaustion, suddenly sobered up as if she had been blessed. Right, next should be the bridal chamber? The bridal chamber? Chapter 304. The sky was vast, the night was clear, the earth was quiet, and the sound of insects could be heard. In the study of King Wei's Wu Chengxi residence, the candles were as bright as day. The door was knocked 3 times, and a person walked in. It was none other than Qiushengji, who had attended Yang Fan's wedding today. 2 people were already seated in the study. One of them had thick eyebrows, a wide mouth, and a beautiful beard. It was Wu Chengxi. To the side, there was a person with spirited eyes who exuded an elegant and refined aura. He was the Minister of Justice, Zhou Xing. The two seemed to have known that Qiushengji would come. They were not surprised to see him enter. Wu Chengxi made a gesture, and Qiushengji cupped his fists in greeting before sitting down opposite Zhou Xing. Wu Chengxi asked, "King Liang is also attending Yang Fan's wedding?" Qiushengji said, "Yes." Wu Chengxi shook his head with a smile. Wu Sanxi is becoming more and more backward. To think that he would use his status as a king to flatter a mere general. Yang Fan is only a general of the Featherwood Guard. He can be roped in, but his usefulness is limited when it comes to important matters. Our King Liang seems to be a little too hungry to be picky. Qiushengji smiled. There is no need for someone of King Liang's status to condescend so much. However, in my opinion, King Liang probably knew that Xue Huai would be attending, which is why he went to flatter Yang Fan. His goal is only to rope in Yang Fan. Wu Chengxi was enlightened. I see. If that is the case, it is not impossible. Zhou Xing smiled. What a pity. He never expected that your highness has already beaten him to it and obtained Xue Huai's promise. Wu Chengxi said proudly, think twice. He is just an ordinary man with only 5 dogs under his command. What can he accomplish? Humph. I never thought much of him. The one who is truly difficult is His Majesty. Wang Qingji has already submitted many petitions on my behalf, but His Majesty has never expressed his opinion. Sigh. I wonder if Xue Huai's words will make His Majesty make up his mind. Zhou Xing smiled gently and said, Your Highness need not worry. As long as Xue Huai speaks according to our words, even if His Majesty does not immediately make up his mind, he will inevitably be moved. Your Highness, think about it. His Majesty is old and can no longer have children. Once the Crown Prince inherits the throne, he will definitely restore the name of Tang and the surname of Li. If that was the case, wouldn't all of His Majesty's efforts be wasted? Why would she spend so much effort to obtain the throne? If the great Zhou dynasty could not be passed down, and the name of Li Tang was restored, then how would the future generations explain the emperor's action? Then there was only one explanation. This was usurpation, this was rebellion. At that time, not only would the emperor's empire be unable to be passed down, her illustrious reputation would also be ruined. Her Majesty was a person of great wisdom. Once she understood this point, how could she pass on the empire to a descendant of the Li family? In my opinion, the reason why His Majesty is hesitating is not necessarily because he is unwilling to pass the throne to a descendant of the Wu clan, but rather because His Majesty doesn't know how to choose between you and King Liang. Qiu Shenji agreed. Minister Zhou's words make sense, and I agree with you. If that's the case, we can find a few powerful people to speak up for Your Highness. We can't rely on Wang Qingji to lead the people of Luoyang to decide on Your Highness's position. How could His Majesty not favor Your Highness when he sees the hearts of the people? Zhou Xing said, That's right. Is this the reason why he bribed Xue Huai? However, we really can't place all our hopes on Xue Huai alone. As far as I know, His Majesty already has a new favorite, and may not be as obedient to Xue Huai as before. His Majesty is now the Emperor, and he values the opinions of the court officials very much. Wu Qingxi frowned. Then, who do you think can help me? Zhou Xing said, If we want to have a say in front of His Majesty, and to make His Majesty listen to us, it has to be the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister? Wu Qingxi stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. That old fox Di Renjie doesn't even need to think about it. As for Li Zhaoda, when Wang Qingji first entered the palace to petition, he ruined our plans, so he can't do it either. That leaves Su Liangxi and Wei Fangji. Should I entrust them to me? Zhou Xing shook his head. Su Liangxi and Wei Fangji have always been at odds, and they are like fire and water. How can both of them be used by Your Highness? Between the two, you can only choose one. Wu Qingxi thought for a moment. When Xue Huai first gained His Majesty's favor, he accidentally entered the South Gate Prime Minister's residence and was disrespectful. Annoyed by Su Liangxi, he ordered someone to beat him up. Xue Huai has always been brooding over this. Now that I have used Xue Huai, I can't use Su Liangxi. Zhou Xing nodded. Your Highness is right. Moreover, Su Liangxi is old and has been homesick since the beginning of the year. He has been neglecting government affairs and has gradually left the central government. If we rashly ask for his help, I'm afraid it will arouse His Majesty's suspicions. Therefore, only Wei Fangji can be used. Wu Qingxi said energetically, All right, we'll do as you say. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a generous gift and go see Wei Fangji. In the wilderness, there's Wang Qingji leading the people to petition. In the imperial court, there's Wei Fangji, the current prime minister, speaking up. In the imperial harem, there's Xue Huai giving pillow talk. His Majesty is a woman after all. I don't believe that with 3 approaches, we can't make her change her mind. In the bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix candles burned brightly. Yang Fan and Xiaoman sat motionlessly on the edge of the bed, as if they were also 2 candles. Xiaoman's gaze would occasionally slip to the window, hoping for the moment when dawn would arrive. If she slept now, she would have to share the same bed with him. Share the same bed with a man? She really wasn't ready yet. The image of those pixies fighting suddenly flashed through her mind, and Xiaoman's face began to heat up again. Yang Fan stared at the pair of red candles on the table and had a very strange feeling in his heart. He wondered how those newlyweds who were unfamiliar with each other and had never even seen each other completed the great undertaking of consummating. Why did he not only not have the courage to push Xiaoman down, but he didn't even have the courage to look at her? It was the third watch of the night, and Yang Fan could already hear the sound of the night watchman from the street. However, he still had a very important matter that he hadn't done. If he delayed any longer, it would be daybreak. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel anxious. Today was the night of his bridal chamber, and it was also the moment when another woman was heartbroken. Could he peacefully enjoy his bridal chamber and the candles? But the person beside him was the wife that he had officially married into the family. She was his handmaiden, his wife for the rest of his life. What should he do? A pair of red candles burned quietly, and the wax beside the wick was melted by the high temperature. One by one, they gently slid down like flowing tears. Whose tears were those? Yang Fan was agitated, and his body couldn't help but move a little. The room was originally quiet, but when Yang Fan moved, Xiaoman immediately sensed it. She jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. The intensity of her reaction startled Yang Fan. Xiaoman hurriedly took 2 steps back and stammered, What are you doing?" Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the red candle on the table and said, "The wick is about to be drowned by the candlelight." "I want to pick it up." Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, then, go ahead." Yang Fan had only said it casually, but at this time, he had to get up and pick up the Dragon Phoenix red candle a little brighter. Xiaoman looked at his movements and thought, why did he pick up the candle so bright? He. Suddenly, a charming scene flashed through her mind, and Xiaoman's face suddenly became hot with embarrassment. Yang Fan picked up the candle and turned his head, just in time to see that the red flush on Xiaoman's cheeks had not receded, and it was as smooth and tender as a peach blossom in March. Her delicate appearance was indescribable, and he couldn't help but be stunned. When Xiaoman saw this, she misunderstood his intentions even more, and so she became even more flustered. "But he is my legitimate husband, if he really, what reason do I have to refuse? It's already midnight, if I still don't go, won't Wan Er's tears be like the Dragon Phoenix red candle, flowing until dawn?" Yang Fan gritted his teeth and decided to confess his plans to Xiaoman. After all, he and Wan Er's feelings were also clear to Xiaoman, and he only hoped that she could understand him. At worst, he would make it up to her in the future. But tonight, no matter what, he couldn't peacefully enjoy the taste of ecstasy and ignore the heartbreak of a loved one. Yang Fan coughed with difficulty and said to Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, the sky is all ready." As he spoke, he walked over, and only took 3 steps before he suddenly stopped. He had no choice but to stop. When Xiaoman saw him approaching her, she was like a frightened little rabbit, jumping in panic, and a shining dagger was held in her hand. Yang Fan said in shock, "Xiaoman, what are you holding a knife for?" Xiaoman didn't know what to say, and could only stutter and beg, "Erlang, can the two of us not sleep with each other for now?" Xiaoman didn't even dare to look at him. She only lowered her head and timidly said, "Erlang, do you still remember Wu Huing?" "Wu Huing?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and then said, I remember, it's that sickly invalid that was kicked to death by you. Why did you mention him?" Xiaoman gathered her courage and confessed, "I have had a problem since I was young. I can't let a man touch my body, or else I won't be able to control myself and want to hurt him. I know I'm not right, but I have no choice. Erlang, give me some time, maybe after we get to know each other better." She herself knew that this reason was absurd, and this request was very unreasonable. Perhaps she would immediately receive a furious slap in the face. If it wasn't for the fact that her marriage was bestowed by the emperor, She might even immediately receive a divorce letter and be thrown out of the manor in a very humiliating manner. So, the more she spoke, the lower her head became, almost burying it in her chest. Of course you can. Yang Fan readily agreed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He was almost bursting with joy. What a considerate girl! He actually agreed? Xiaoman raised her head in surprise and looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan softly said, "Why would I force you? Don't worry, we'll wait until you're willing to accept me, then we'll be real husband and wife." Erlang was actually so understanding and reasonable. Xiaoman's heart softened, and she almost blurted out the words of wanting Yang Fan to stay and sleep with her, but just as Yang Fan's hand reached over, the knife in her hand subconsciously swung out. If it weren't for Yang Fan withdrawing his hand in time, 2 of his fingers would have been broken. Sorry, I didn't even think about it. I couldn't control myself, it's okay." Yang Fan broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that if he rashly approached her, it would really be very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, it was very possible that he would become a eunuch. He withdrew his hand with lingering fear in his heart and said, "Then, you should rest well. You must be exhausted after a day." Xiaoman said apologetically, "But where are you going to sleep?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "We still have a lot of empty rooms in our house. How can I not have a place to live? You rest well, I'm going out." The door gently opened and then gently closed. Xiaoman was moved to tears by such a gentle, considerate, and open-minded husband. Yang Fan stood in the courtyard and raised his head to look at the starry sky. He vaguely seemed to see a woman in snow-white clothes, who was as pale as a chrysanthemum, silently crying. The starry sky was the tear stains on her cheeks. Yang Fan took a deep breath, shook his arms, and swept into the night sky like a big bird. "The river is clear and shallow, how far can we go? Between the water there is no word of love." Shangguan Wan stood leaning against the railing, looking at the night sky in disappointment. The night wind blew her hair, making Wan who was bathed in the starry sky, beautiful like a fairy. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, thinking of Yang Fan lying in love with a beautiful woman, Wan-er's heart couldn't help but feel a kind of sadness. In her hazy eyes, she vaguely saw a figure flash out of the night sky and stand in front of her. Although the stars were dim, Wan-er still recognized him at a glance. Wan-er was shocked and looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. She was afraid that this was a dream and wanted to reach out to touch his cheek, but she hesitated and stopped until Yang Fan grabbed her small hand and felt the warmth from his big hand. Wan-er stammered, You, is it really you?" Yang Fan said with pity, "Of course it's me." Wan-er said in surprise, "How can you be here? Tonight is your wedding night after all." "I know, I'm getting married today. Getting married means that I've truly grown up. I have to support my family, I have to bear children, I have to deal with the hardships of life, I have to hold up the sky for my family, I have to fulfill the responsibilities of a man. Wan-er, aren't you my responsibility?" Langjun. Wan-er threw herself into his arms. She was satisfied. For this moment, to be in his arms tonight, she was satisfied. Under the starry sky, on the embroidery building, the 2 figures unknowingly became one. This night was very short and very long for Wan-er. In the short time of 2 hours, the 2 of them did not know how much they had talked. She snuggled in his arms, talking tenderly. As long as he was listening, her heart would feel sweet. She talked in a low voice, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. In fact, it was only a kind of mood. Yang Fan stroked her hair. With a sound, he could turn her sorrow into joy. With a sentence, he could make her smile. Yang Fan suddenly felt like he was coaxing a child. Could it be that when a man has a woman, he can become a real man, but when a woman has a man, she suddenly becomes a babbling baby? Chapter 305. When the sky turned white, Yang Fan came out of a side room, looked up at the sky, and tiptoed to the bridal chamber with a red happy character. He had already been back for a while. After comforting Warner, Yang Fan took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark to rush back through the night. He first sat in a quiet room without any furnishings and rested for a while. Seeing that the first rays of dawn had appeared, he hurried back to the new room. The bride and groom couldn't let the servants see that they were sleeping in separate rooms on the first day. Yang Fan was worried that Xiao Man might have locked the door and fallen asleep, and he would have to knock on the door to wake her up. Unexpectedly, when he gently pushed the door, it opened, and Yang Fan quietly slipped in. When he entered the room, he saw that the curtains on the bed had not been put down, and the brocade quilt was still neat. Xiao Man was lying on the table in front of the window, sound asleep. Yang Fan softly walked over, and saw Xiao Man lying on the table with her head tilted, holding a brush in her hand, and a thick list of gifts in front of her. Yang Fan tilted his head to look, and saw that there was a large piece of paper in front of Xiao Man, and on it were rows of neatly written small words. It was the list that Xiao Man had organized. Yang Fan gently sighed, took the brush from her hand, and put it on the table. He then went to the couch and took a thin blanket to cover her body. He sat down across from the table, and quietly looked at her. Xiao Man's arms were on the table as a pillow, her head slightly tilted, and the hair ornament on her head was still on. Her hair was still misty, and it set off her charming and beautiful little face. Her long eyelashes were like a curtain, and her small mouth was slightly open. Her expression was incomparably cute, and people couldn't help but want to kiss her. Yang Fan stared at her, and couldn't help but think of the first time they met. He was sitting on the wall, pretending to be a thief, and she was holding a spear, and her clothes fluttered, like a fairy flying in the sky. At that time, he would never have thought that one day she would become his wife. Yang Fan suddenly recalled Xiaoman's strange habit of wanting to resist once she was touched by a man, and his brows couldn't help but tighten slightly. He could tell that Buqi was not lying. Last night, when he reached out to pat Buqi's shoulder, Buqi's casual slash was definitely a natural reaction. Of course, he had patted Xiao Man's shoulder before, but she was not so sensitive at that time. It seemed that light contact was not enough to arouse such a strong reaction from her. It was only because she was a bride last night, with a special identity and a special moment, that she was particularly frightened. If that's the case, does that mean that Buqi's quirk only kicks in when she realizes that a man wants to be intimate with her? When he thought up to here, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel gloomy. Although he was young, he had traveled extensively and heard many strange things. He knew that there were some people in this world who were different from ordinary people. For example, some people were misophobic and washed their hands dozens of times a day. Some people liked pink and painted everything in the house pink, including the horse they rode and the dog they raised. He had also seen a person who liked to eat raw things, whether it was earthworms, frogs, snakes, dogs, sparrows. But Buqi's quirk, was this a natural quirk, or was it because of what she had experienced? The uncomfortable feeling became stronger. Yang Fan didn't want to think about it anymore. He gently spat out a mouthful of impure air and drove this unpleasant thought out of his mind. His eyes once again fixed on Buqi's face. She was his bride, but it was only now that he had the opportunity to look at her appearance. As soon as he looked, Yang Fan immediately noticed something strange. Buqi had a pair of black and bright eyebrows. Although it slightly affected her gentle and beautiful appearance, it also gave her a kind of heroic spirit that was different from other women. Her pair of heroic eyebrows was unforgettable. At this moment, her eyebrows had become thin and curved. It was obvious that they had been trimmed. Yang Fan looked at Buqi, who had suddenly become unusually charming, and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his lips. He gently stretched out his hand and swept it along Buqi's curved eyebrows, as if he was drawing her eyebrows. His fingertips were actually still a little distance from Buqi's eyebrows, but for some reason, after his hand gently swept past, Buqi's eyelids moved and she suddenly woke up. "Ah!" Buchi opened her eyes and saw Yang Fan sitting across from her. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Yang Fan smiled and said, "You're awake? Why did you fall asleep here? You didn't even remove your makeup. Can this relieve your tiredness?" "Oh, I'm fine." Buchi straightened her back, and the thin blanket on her shoulders slid down. Buchi touched the blanket around her waist and secretly glanced at Yang Fan. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. Yang Fan said, "Why didn't you sleep well last night? What's the rush to tidy up the gift list?" Buchi raised her hand to tidy up a lock of hair at the side of her temple and said with her head lowered, "Favors have to be returned sooner or later. I didn't feel sleepy last night, so I wanted to tidy it up first so that I wouldn't have to do too much cleaning today and accidentally lose one of the gifts." "Oh right, you have to take a special look at this one." Buchi suddenly remembered something. She reached into her pocket and took out a cowhide bag. She said, "You threw this in the room last night." I opened it and realized it was something valuable. Yang Fan took the cowhide bag and asked curiously, "What is this?" Buchi replied, "I remember that Chen Shou gave it to you after the guests left last night. He said it was a congratulatory gift from someone called Zhao Yu." Yang Fan let out a sound and said, "Yes, I remember now. What did he give me?" Yang Fan said as he opened the leather bag and put his hand inside to feel. Buchi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It's a contract for the transfer of the shops." "Transfer of the shops?" "Yes. This is the contract for the transfer of 16 shops in Luoyang City. I've already looked at it. These 16 shops are all located in the busiest area of Nanshan City's cross street. That street has the most customers. There are 17 shops on each side of the street, all of which are extremely profitable. Now these 16 shops are all yours." Yang Fan was stunned. He knew that Shen Mu would give gifts, but he didn't expect the gift to be so generous. He knew that Shen Mu was rich, but he never knew how rich he was. Today, seeing this gift from Shen Mu, he finally understood what it meant to be rich enough to rival a country. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "How generous! How generous! But, since there are only 17 shops in that street, and he has given away 16 of them, why not buy the other one and give it to me? Then wouldn't the whole street be ours?" Buchi sniffed and said with a strange expression, "Because the other shop is mine." This time, it was Yang Fan's turn to be stunned. Buchi knew how much effort she had put in to buy that shop. It was because the shop owner was convicted of treason and died in prison. Buchi happened to be the person who handled the case. There were many twists and turns in the process. Owning 16 shops was really unimaginable. Buchi sighed softly and said, "That location is extremely profitable. No matter how much money you offer, no one will change hands. So, since this person can give you 16 shops, he definitely didn't buy them from someone else. It can only be, the shops originally belonged to him." Yang Fan grunted in acknowledgement. Xiaoman's analysis was not far from the truth. Buchi said, "When I was there, I never knew that those shops belonged to the same person. This shows how secretive this person is. Now, he is so generous." Lang Jun. Buchi was obviously not used to this title, but she finally said it after a while. When she said Lang Jun, her face was already as beautiful as a peach. Those who give gifts must have a request. This person gave such a generous gift. What is he after? Lang Jun. You are a general. What does a merchant want from you? Lang Jun, think twice. Yang Fan could feel the deep concern in her words. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know why he gave such a generous gift. I know what I'm doing." As Yang Fan spoke, he no longer looked at the leather bag, but handed it to Buchi. Buchi hesitated and said, "This is?" Yang Fan said, "Who else can I give our family's property to if not my wife?" Oh, Buchi lowered her head shyly and took the leather bag. She carefully savored the title, wife, and actually felt a little intoxicated, after the morning court, Wu Zetian went to Wuqing Hall. When she arrived, she glanced around and found that one person was missing, Wan Er. Wan Er was her most capable assistant. She was indispensable every day. Every day when she came to Wuqing Hall, Wan Er would be there early to welcome her. She would arrange the official matters that needed to be dealt with according to the priority. Why wasn't she here today? Wu Zetian was a little unhappy and asked around, "Where is Wan Er? Why isn't she waiting for me in the hall?" Eunuch Hai hurriedly bowed and said, "Everyone, Shangguan Daizhao has been feeling a little unwell recently. She is also busy with bodyguard Yang's wedding. The day before yesterday, everyone agreed to let her take 3 days off and rest in the manor." Yes, alas. I'm old, really old. I don't even remember what I said." Wu Zetian shook her head and sighed. She sat behind the imperial desk. Without Shangguan Wan Er's early selection, reading, annotations, and suggestions, Wu Zetian had a hard time going through so many memorials by herself. Her eyes were already a little blurry, and after going through the memorials for a while, her eyes were filled with tears. Wu Zetian sighed in annoyance. She heavily put down her brush and leaned against the back of the chair. She lightly pinched the space between her eyebrows and closed her eyes to rest. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. Wu Zetian opened her eyes and angrily said, "Who is making noise outside?" Eunuch Hai hurriedly rushed in to reporting to everyone, "Hongwen scholar Wang Qingji has barged into the palace to see the emperor. This servant said that everyone is dealing with state affairs and told him to wait. He said that everyone has given him a pass and this servant cannot stop him." Before she could finish, Wang Qingji rushed in from outside, followed by 2 young eunuchs. When Wang Qingji saw Wu Zetian, he immediately bowed to the ground. Without waiting for him to speak, Wu Zetian sneered and said, "Wang Qingji, you have been running to our palace quite frequently these days. Today, you are here to depose the crown prince and install Wei Wang?" Wang Qingji respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the heir to the throne is the foundation of the country. How can we not value it? Wei Wang's character is noble, virtuous, and knowledgeable. He is the best candidate for the crown prince." Wu Zetian's face was as heavy as water. She coldly cut him off, saying, "We will not die for a while yet. Why are you so anxious?" When Wang Qingji heard this, he could not help but be stunned. When he stole a glance at Wu Zetian's expression, he panicked even more. Seeing that Wu Zetian was unhappy, Wang Qingji hurriedly knelt down and explained, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. This official is loyal and devoted. Everything I think and do is for your Majesty's country. This official has absolutely no selfish motives." Wu Zetian was so angry that she laughed and said, "We have accepted your loyalty. We have many state affairs to attend to. Let's not talk about Crown Prince Yi for the time being." As Wu Zetian spoke, she flipped open a memorial in front of her. She picked up a brush to moisten the ink. Without raising her head, she said, "Duke Wang Qingji is loyal to the country. He is a role model for all officials. Pass the decree and reward him." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Qingji heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly kowtowed to the ground. When he saw Wu Zetian's expression just now, he knew that he had come at the wrong time. Fortunately, he was not punished. Eunuch Little Hai held onto his horsetail whisk and bowed for a long time. Seeing that Wu Zetian was not speaking again, he quietly raised his head and saw that Wu Zetian was reading through a memorial. Little Hai swallowed and said cautiously, "Everyone, this servant is listening to the decree. I wonder what everyone would like to reward Scholar Wang?" Wu Zetian replied indifferently, "Reward him with a caning." Wu Zetian's brush paused for a moment, then she said, "Have Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Li Zhaoda, supervise the execution. Go." This servant obeys the decree. Little Hai's mind raced for a moment before she understood. She hurriedly waved her hand at the 2 palace guards. The 2 guards rushed forward and grabbed Wang Qingji, dragging him out. Wang Qingji only realized when he heard the word supervise. Caning had existed since the Eastern Han dynasty, but emperors throughout the ages rarely used it. So when Wang Qingji first heard the word caning, he was still wondering if this caning was a reward for him or an official position. By the time he came to his senses, he had already been dragged out of Wuqing Hall. Little Hai also followed, hurrying to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to see Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda and Di Renjie were discussing the recent fluctuations in the price of grain in Chang'an. Hearing Little Hai's words, Li Zhaoda frowned and said indifferently, "I understand. I will go now." As soon as Little Hai left, Li Zhaoda began to complain. What kind of thing is Wang Qingji? A lowly person who only knows how to flatter. This person has repeatedly entered the palace to cause a ruckus and annoyed the saints. If the saints want to caning him, then just do it. Why do I have to supervise the execution? When did I, the Grand Prime Minister, become a lowly official? Di Renjie stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He glanced at him and said, "The first time Wang Qingji entered the palace, it was you, Brother Zhaoda, who ruined his plans?" Li Zhaoda stuck out his beard and grunted, "That's right. What about it?" Di Renjie laughed sinisterly and slowly said, "His Majesty is wise and farsighted. Every word and action has a deep meaning. Now that he has appointed you to supervise the execution, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as a caning. At that time, caning rarely killed people. The purpose of caning was mainly to humiliate and punish, so Li Zhaoda had never thought of the word kill. But when Di Renjie said this, Li Zhaoda naturally understood. He couldn't help but clap his hands and say, "That's right. Take this opportunity to kill this loathsome thing. Let's see who still dares to plead for Wu Qingxi." Di Renjie quickly waved his hands and said, "Why do you say that? I only said that His Majesty might have a deeper meaning. As for what the deeper meaning is, Heaven's will is unfathomable. Who can be sure? Prime Minister Li, don't be rash." Li Zhaoda pointed at Di Renjie and said, "Hey! You old fox! I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to supervise the execution at the Meridian Gate." Chapter 306. Early in the morning, the workers in Xiao Man's shop came to help. They worked with the servants of the Yang family to clean up the place. It was almost noon when everything was cleaned up. At this time, even Chef Lin was exhausted. Seeing this, Xiao Man gave them some money and told them to go eat something outside and bring some back for the people who stayed behind. Once these people left, Xiao Man immediately found Yang Fan and said, "Lang Jun, we really don't have enough servants in this house. Other than the gatekeeper and the cook, there are only 2 maidservants in this house with 3 courtyards. It can't even hold up the facade. I just walked in and out of the house twice and didn't dare to go far. Here. Look, there are precious gifts piled up in this room in the back, and there is no place to put them. I've thought about it. We need to have a steward in our family. We can't let you worry about all the big and small matters. We also need a servant in the study. Even if Lang Jun doesn't like to study, it is inevitable that he will have to socialize in the future when he goes to the government. There must be someone to serve him. Also, the front and back courtyards have to be separated. The inner house is the inner house, and the outer house is the outer house. We can't let the servants go in and out as they please. That would break the rules. I reckon that we need at least 6 people in the inner house. 6 may not be enough, so let's count it as 6 for now. If we really don't have enough people, then we'll think about it. As for the cook, 1 cook can't do it. Not to mention that he can't handle the meals of this big family alone. What if he has a headache and the whole family goes out to eat? We need at least 3 cooks to handle it. In addition, Lang Jun needs to ride a horse when he goes out. The D family just happened to give us a good horse. We can't not have someone to feed the horse in our house, so we need a groom. After the inner house and outer house are separated, we need to add 2 more maidservants to serve and clean the outer house. That way we can barely maintain the appearance of the house. There are also these gifts. not to mention the expensive gifts from Princess Taiping's residence and monk Shui. Sigh. I couldn't sleep last night. That might be one of the reasons. There's a lock on the door. I came out a few times at night and couldn't stop worrying. The news that we have a treasure in our house has to spread today. This thing can't be casually placed here. I just walked around the backyard twice and found that the original owner had a secret cellar to hide important things, but it's a little too small. I plan to move the more valuable things to my shop in Nan City in the afternoon and put them in the treasure vault there. Then I'll ask the craftsman to renovate our secret cellar. As soon as Yang Fan opened his mouth, Xiao Man opened her mouth again. Yang Fan quickly shut his mouth again. The treasure vault must be surrounded by rammed earth. Then, a 5-foot-thick stone wall must be built, and glutinous rice juice must be poured to seal the gap. Finally, a layer of iron plate must be cast. There is only one exit, which is built in the bedroom. I know a locksmith who has a position in the Ministry of Works. Many of the locks in the palace are designed by him. His designs for the 5-pick lock, maze lock, and secret door lock are the best. I'll ask him to design 3 locks for our secret cellar. That's right. Our family now owns a street of shop. All the money we collect has to be kept at home. Just having a secret cellar won't be enough. Although this is the Emperor's territory, it's inevitable that there will be bold thieves. When the secret cellar is built, we'll have to hire some warriors to guard the house. Do you have anyone you know that can be hired? Forget it. You've only been in Luoyang for a short time, so it's normal that you don't have any connections. I do know a few of these people. Most of them are old martial masters who retired from the palace or the disciples of these old martial masters. Currently, the martial guards that I hire for my jewelry and head ornament shop were hired from among them. These people are absolutely reliable. Xiao Man seemed to be afraid that she would forget and said everything in one breath. After she finished, she saw that Yang Fan wanted to say something but hesitated. She couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to say?" Yang Fan said for a long time before he said with a bitter smile, "Do we have so many things to arrange at home? Why do I feel that everything is fine? My wife is right. My wife is really thoughtful. In fact, I don't know much about these things. That what you think should be done, it's up to you." Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "That's what you say, but we have to import more children and carry out large-scale construction. If you don't agree, how can I make my own decisions? Who asked you to be the head of the family?" Xiao Man made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly turned around. A blush crept up on her clear and flawless face. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "There's no one at home to order around, so I can't do anything. Since you agree, then, I'll go find a middleman in a while. You stay at home. This place can't be left alone now." Xiao Man said and wanted to escape. Yang Fan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Oh right, you can go and take over those 16 shops. I don't know the way of management. In the future, I'll have to trouble my wife with these things." Xiao Man responded and quickly walked out. When Yang Fan saw her leave, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Now that he was with Xiao Man, he often felt a little uncomfortable. Husband and wife were not like husband and wife, and friends were not like friends. He didn't know how long this awkward situation between the two of them would last. Xiao Man had just walked out of the living room when third sister ran over with the hem of her skirt and said breathlessly, "Madam, Miss Gao, Miss Lan and the others who came yesterday are here again." Xiao Man was overjoyed and hurriedly went out to greet them. As soon as she walked to the front yard, she bumped into Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. Xiao Man happily jumped up to greet them. Before she could speak, the female guard surrounded her and looked her up and down. Xiao Man asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gao Ying said with a faint smile, "We want to see what's different about you from yesterday." The group of women roared with laughter. Xiao Man blushed and glared at her. "What difference can there be? Stinky girl, You came to make fun of me today. Aren't you afraid that I'll make fun of you when you get married in the future? A female guard squeezed forward and said with a wink, Sister Xiaoman, I heard that the first time you did it was very painful. Did it hurt? You guys. How can you ask such a question? Xiaoman was angry and shy. Her face turned red. Gao Ying held her right arm with her left hand and pinched her chin with her right hand. She nodded and said with a serious face, It doesn't seem to hurt too much. Look at the few steps Xiaoman took just now. Her steps are light and there's nothing unusual. That's hard to say. When the jade is broken, how can others know whether it's painful or not? This night of sexual intercourse with Lang Jun, the joy of fish and water, and the wish to fly together. In the end, the bitterness is over and the sweetness comes. It's not strange to walk lightly. I heard that this kind of thing is to eat sugar cane and gradually get into a good state. You guys are really asking for a beating. Being teased like this, Xiaoman's face was so hot that an egg could be fried. As soon as Xiaoman moved, the female guards started to tickle her. While playing, they asked with a smile, Quick, does it hurt? Does it hurt? Yang Fan came out of the backyard and happened to hear the question, Does it hurt? He laughed and said, Haha, I was wondering who came early in the morning. What do you mean, does it hurt? The group of women looked at each other in dismay. When girls were together, they dared to say all kinds of crazy things, but when a man suddenly appeared, it was very embarrassing. Lan Yiqing and a few younger female guards called out, brother-in-law, with red faces, then quietly hid behind others. Gao Ying was also a little embarrassed. She was afraid that others would spill the beans. She bit her lip and hurriedly said, Oh, when we just came from the palace, we saw that Wang Qingji, who repeatedly persuaded the emperor to change the crown prince, was punished with a cane. Did it hurt when the cane hit his butt? That's right, that's right. The 7 or 8 female guards nodded in unison like a group of chickens pecking at rice. Yang Fan could see that they were not being sincere, but his attention was already attracted by the name Wang Qingji. Yang Fan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice, You are saying that Wang Qingji, who petitioned for Wei Wang, was punished with a cane by the emperor? Gao Ying saw his serious expression and hurriedly said, Yes, we didn't care about it at first. Later, we heard that the current Prime Minister Li was personally supervising the punishment, so we took a look. When we left the palace, Wang Qingji was being punished outside the Meridian Gate. Looking at Prime Minister Li's posture, it didn't look like he was going to be punished with a few light canes. Yang Fan nodded, thought for a moment, and said to Xiaoman, Wife, since your sisters are here, I think it's better to ask them for a favor and bring over the expensive gifts that need to be stored in Nan City's treasury. Don't you still need to pick some servants? It's a good opportunity to ask them to help with the details. Xiaoman nodded in agreement. After a while, the more expensive items were taken out by Xiaoman and carried by her sisters as they rushed to Nan City. At this time, the drum for the opening of Nan City had just sounded. Following the bright rhythm of the drum, the army of women chattered along the way, attracting the attention of passers-by. Gao Ying listened to Xiaoman's plan and said, Do we need 6 people in the back residence? Well, the people in the back residence are the most important. They must be loyal so we can rest assured. They must also be considerate, otherwise it will be troublesome. Leave it to me, I'll help you find. What? You want to find a 14 or 15-year-old maid? That won't do. If you want to find a few aunties in their early 50s, it's not safe if they're too young. Climb high to get a feel for the room? That's fine, they're just maids in the inner residence, they don't see outsiders, we have to find the ugliest one. Lan Yiqing was unconvinced and said, Sister Yingying, you're too careful, Sister Xiaoman is so beautiful, are you afraid of being outshone by a girl? Gao Ying said, Little girl, what do you know? This woman, even if she looked like a fairy, if he married her, San Yu would become a faded old woman. There was no man who didn't like to try new things. A pretty and clever little lass swayed under his eyes all day long. How could he not be tempted? Xiao Man needs to take care of the shop, right? She needs to be pregnant for 10 months, right? Hey! If I don't keep an eye on her, that old cat will steal a fish. Let me tell you, I'm speaking from experience, a few of my aunties took advantage of this, making my mother so angry. Learn from your mistakes, you have to be careful. If you don't find the oldest, find the ugliest, it's safe. A group of unmarried virgins were teaching Xiao Man the manhood scripture, all at once. Hearing this, Xiao Man felt a headache coming on. As soon as they left, Yang Fan hurried to the gatehouse and said to Chen Shou, Wang Qingji has been punished at the Meridian Gate. It seems that Wu Chengxi's actions have angered the emperor. I still have 3 days before I return to the palace. Have Zhao Yu help me keep an eye out. If there's any movement, immediately report to me. Chapter 307. The cane was a special tool used to carry out punishment. It was usually made of chestnut wood, and the end of the stick was shaved into the shape of a hammer. The outside was covered with an iron sheet, and there were barbs on the iron sheet. As long as the stick was dragged along, the barbs would be able to tear off a large piece of skin and flesh. Therefore, as long as the torturer was not willing to be lenient, death would be certain after 30 strikes. When Li Zhaoda arrived at the palace, he was even more delighted when he heard the emperor's order to bestow the cane, but did not specify the number of strikes. Execute! The order was given, and the 2 featherwood guards swung their staffs. Because in this era, the cane punishment was usually used to punish and humiliate, and it was rare to beat someone to death. Therefore, when the 2 imperial forest guards struck down, although they did not hold back, they did not use the drag formula. After a few strikes, although Wang Qingji cried out in pain, his cries became louder and louder. This time, Wang Qingji had entered the palace to make a request and gathered more than 3,000 people. Apart from a few people who were related to the Wu clan, the rest were all idlers that he had hired with money. At this time, when they saw Wang Qingji being beaten, these people all started shouting and cursing. Li Zhaoda saw this and laughed coldly. He said to the deputy general of the Imperial Forest Guards, Fei Qingxian, "This minister has never rubbed sand in my eyes. Now that I have been ordered to supervise the punishment, if you don't pay more attention, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself to this minister today." The one on duty today was still the Left Imperial Forest Guards, and the general of the Left Imperial Forest Guards was Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan had taken a leave of absence due to his marriage, so his deputy, Fei Qingxian, was now in charge. Fei Qingxian knew that this general had a small background and was friendly with the Wu clan, so he did not dare to be too harsh on Wang Qingji, who was waving the flag for the Wu clan. However, since Li Zhaoda had said so, Fei Qingxian could not be merciful. This prime minister was also not someone he could afford to offend. Fei Qingxian thought to himself, anyway, this was Prime Minister Li's order. If the general blames me later, I can just push the blame onto Prime Minister Li. I was only following orders, so he can't blame me. Thinking of this, Fei Qingxian cast a meaningful glance at the 2 Featherwood Guard soldiers who were waiting to carry out the punishment. He raised his hand, stroked his beard, and then slammed it down heavily. This was the signal for a great punishment. The 2 burly soldiers saw his movements and nodded their heads in an almost imperceptible manner. The first 2 sergeants struck the cane 20 times before retreating to rest. The 2 who had just received the signal slammed their canes on the ground and walked forward with large strides. Wang Qingji had been flogged 20 times. Although his injury was not serious, his buttocks were bleeding. As soon as he saw them withdraw, he thought the punishment was over. Enduring the pain, he raised his head. He was just about to shout something when he saw 2 fierce-looking sergeants with big sticks in their hands were walking toward him. "What are you doing?" he cried out in alarm. "What are you doing?" Wang Qingji struggled with all his might, but his head and hands were shackled and he could not move at all. The two sergeants stood on either side of him. Whoosh! The sergeant on the left struck down with his stick and dragged it. Rip! Wang Qingji's robe and trousers were torn by the barbs on the stick. Turned out it was only the blood-stained skin and flesh split open. Immediately blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Qingji howled in pain, his features contorted. He gritted his teeth and was just about to curse at Li Zhaoda when the sergeant on the right swung his cane down again. With a swish, Wang Qingji's two halves of buttocks were slashed into a pulp. The two sergeants swung their canes one after another, and after 20 strikes, Wang Qingji's lower body could no longer be seen. His robes had been completely torn, revealing his bloody lower body. His two buttocks had been scraped into strips of flesh by the cane, and the white bone could faintly be seen at his hips. Wang Qingji was in so much pain that he was unconscious. Fei Qingxian walked in front of Li Zhaoda and said in a low voice, "Prime Minister, Wang Qingji has already fainted." Li Zhaoda narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the 2,000 to 3,000 so-called representatives of the people who had already stopped making noise and were just staring blankly, ignoring his request for instructions. Fei Qingxian coughed softly and said, "Prime Minister, Wang Qingji is already crippled." Li Zhaoda did not say a word and only turned his back on him. Fei Qingxian gritted his teeth and waved his hand forcefully, and the third team of punishing sergeants rushed forward. Puff, 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 the large cane hit Wang Qingji's body with a dull thud. Wang Qingji's body was stiff, and only trembled with the movement of the cane. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all bleeding, and his two eyes were wide open, but there was no longer a trace of life in him. Puff! Another strike of the staff came down. The soldier exerted his strength to drag. Unexpectedly one of Wang Qingji's legs was separated from his body, and was hooked down by the staff. The soldier's footing was unstable. He staggered backward several steps and almost fell down. The onlookers let out a cry of alarm and quickly retreated more than 10 feet. Fei Qingxian took a deep breath and turned to Li Zhaoda with cupped fists, saying, "Prime Minister, the person being punished is dead." Li Zhaoda slowly turned to the pale-faced petitioners, pointed at Wang Qingji's mutilated body, and said sternly, "This traitor wanted to depose my imperial heir and make Wu Qingxi the crown prince. Today, this prime minister is following the imperial edict to beat him to death to uphold the imperial law. Who else is willing to plead for Wu Qingxi's life? Step forward." The people were so frightened that they retreated again and again. When those hired saw that their employer was dead and that they would definitely not get their money, they turned around and left. The others saw that something bad would happen to them if they stayed, so they hurriedly followed behind them and left. When the tree fell, the monkeys scattered, and there was not a single idle person in front of the Meridian Gate. Li Zhaoda looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "The so-called will of heaven and the will of the people, is there not even a corpse collector?" Li Zhaoda laughed as he walked towards the palace. The imperial guard said to Fei Qingxian, "General, what do we do with the corpse?" Fei Qingxian said in annoyance, "Find a sleeping mat to wrap it in and wait for his family to identify the corpse. Go, bring some water and wash the floor clean." Xue Huai swaggered towards the palace gate with his 2 disciples, Hong 1 and Hong 6. Hong 1 was his eldest disciple, and Hong 6 was clever and obedient, to Xue Huai's liking. As a result, he became his most favored disciple, and Xue Huai liked to bring the 2 of them with him when he went everywhere. When they were about to reach the Meridian Gate, Xue Huai had to turn towards the eastern palace wall. One could also enter through the gate in front to meet the emperor, but to enter through this gate, one had to first pass through the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Therefore, when the prime ministers entered the court, they all went through this gate. This palace gate had almost become the exclusive passageway for the prime ministers. In the past, Xue Huai had also passed through this palace gate, but in the end, because he ran into Prime Minister Su Liangxi, he was arrogant and disrespectful, and was ruthlessly beaten up by Su Liangxi. Shui Huai ran to complain to Wu Zetian, but Wu Zetian told him to enter the palace from the north gate in the future, and not to fight with the prime ministers. Although things had changed with the passage of time, and his power was far from what it used to be, and no prime minister could scold him like in the past, he was not willing to pass through this palace gate again. Shui Huai was about to turn along the palace wall to the north gate when he saw a group of people running towards him with faces full of fear. Judging by their clothes, they were all ordinary people. Ordinary people would not easily come to the Meridian Gate, and seeing their panicked expressions, it was even more strange. Shui Huai could not help but stop in his tracks. It's too scary. Wang Qingji was literally dismembered alive. Yes, this is even worse than being dismembered by 5 horses. Even if he was dismembered, he would only jump a little, and then he wouldn't feel any pain anymore. He was beaten to death by a staff. Did you see that? Even ghosts would be afraid of Wang Qingji when he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. My scalp is still cold. You guys go home first, I have to go to the Heavenly Palace Temple to pray. I'm a coward. Wang Qingji? Shui Huai touched his bald head, suddenly suspicious. Of course, he knew who Wang Qingji was. This person had pleaded for Wu Qingxi's life time and time again, and the whole court had long known about it. Shui Huai had entered the palace today to act as a lobbyist for Wu Qingxi. When he heard that Wang Qingji had been beaten to death, how could he not be suspicious? Hong Lu, go and find out what's going on. Shui Huai ordered, and Hong Lu hurriedly chased after the person who was running away in a hurry. As soon as the person turned his head, Hong Lu stuffed a handful of copper coins into his hand, and then the two of them walked out together like old friends who had known each other for many years. After a while, Hong Lu quickly ran back and said to Shui Huai, Master, disciple has found out that Wang Qingji entered the palace to see the emperor and urged the emperor to depose the crown prince and appoint the king of Wei instead. The emperor was furious and ordered people to drag him out of the palace and beat him to death. I heard that Prime Minister Li Zhaoda supervised the execution, and Wang Qingji was beaten until his bones and flesh were scattered. It was a horrible sight. Shui Huai's expression changed when he heard this. In the past 2 years, the number of times Wu Zetian asked him to enter the palace to serve her had decreased. Shui Huai didn't know that Wu Zetian had a new favorite in the palace, and thought that Wu Zetian was getting older and wasn't as enthusiastic about bed matters as before. But no matter what the reason was, it was true that she didn't favor him as much as before, so Shui Huai wasn't as confident as before. Wang Qingji was beaten to death when he tried to persuade the emperor? Could it be that the emperor has made up his mind and doesn't want to appoint a nephew of the Wu family as the crown prince? Then, this trip of mine. Shui Huai pondered along the way, walking slower and slower. He did not believe that Wu Zetian would sentence him to death just because he had spoken up. However, if he offended the heavens and made Wu Zetian angry, it was inevitable that he would be rebuffed. What if I don't speak up for Wu Qingxi? I've already accepted his gift, and I've even done him a favor. I can't return it, so what should I do? Master, is there something on your mind? As Hong Lu walked ahead, he suddenly felt his master's footsteps slow down. Turning his head, he saw Shui Huai rubbing his bald head with his palm, looking troubled. Hong Lu knew that Shui Huai had something difficult to deal with, so he hurriedly stopped and asked. Shui Huai muttered to himself, Damn it, I've fallen into Wu Qingxi's trap. Hong Wen also hurried over and asked, Master, what's wrong? Shui Huai said, Wu Qingxi told me that the emperor has long wanted to replace the crown prince, but the crown prince has never done anything wrong and doesn't know the intentions of the officials, so he asked me to put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. How would I know if what he said was true or false, so I agreed. Today, the emperor beat Wang Qingji to death, clearly telling the world that he has no intention of replacing the crown prince. If I don't know what's good for me and continue to speak up for Wu Qingxi, the emperor will definitely be displeased. But if I don't speak up for him, I've already accepted the gift. How can I go back on my word? Hong Lu's eyes turned and an idea came to him. He smiled without a care and said, Master, what's wrong with that? Every time you enter the palace, you're summoned by the Emperor alone. There's no one around anyway, so who knows what you've said and not said. If we come back and say that we've already spoken up for him, I don't believe that Wu Qingxi would dare go to the Emperor to verify it. This. Xue Huai rubbed his chin and said, Doing this doesn't seem very kind. Hong Wen said, Master, if we're talking about being unkind, it's Wu Qingxi who schemed first. What do we have to feel bad about? Xue Huai blushed and said, Yes, that's right. He's the one who's unkind, so I'm unkind. Hong Wen and Hong Lu said in unison, That's right, Master is wise. Xue Huai laughed and waved his sleeve. Let's go. To the palace. Chapter 308. Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Wei Fangji, lay on the bed and said in a trembling voice, This old man is ill and cannot see you off. Take care, Your Highness. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Qingxi's face was ashen and he said in a cold voice, I dare not trouble Minister Wei to see me off. I will take my leave. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept out the door like a gust of wind. Wei Fangji watched Wu Qingxi's departing figure and smiled faintly. His sickly appearance was swept away and he turned over and sat up. The old steward waved his hand and two maids hurriedly brought him a robe. Wei Fangji stood up and opened his arms, asking them to help him put on the robe. The loyal old steward worriedly said, Prince Wei's power is overwhelming and there is no one who can compare to him. This old servant thinks that even if Ah Lang disdains to be associated with him, he should not pretend to be ill and make things difficult for him. This kind of person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, and I am afraid it will bring trouble to Ah Lang. Wei Fangji removed the earthen cloth from his forehead and threw it on the bed. He said in a deep voice, Good or bad, it is fate. A man of indomitable spirit, how can he bend the rules to curry favor with these relatives of the imperial family? Wu Qingxi must have come to visit with a request. Even if this old man throws a big banquet to entertain him, as long as I do not conspire with him, I will still offend him. Why worry about personal gains and losses and hurt my own feathers? Ah Lang, Wei Fangji waved his hand and said, Since it has come to this, there is no need to say more. The old steward knew that Ah Lang was a righteous person and could only sigh and silently withdraw. Wu Qingxi left the Wei residence and gripped his horsewhip tightly. He angrily said, Good Wei Fangji, how dare you be so rude to me? He took a 3-day leave in front of the imperial family and clearly said that he caught a cold. When I came to visit him, he actually fell ill and could not get out of bed. Bah! This prince can smell the stench of alcohol on him. This old man is going too far, going too far. The attendants hurriedly smiled and said, Wei Fangji does not know how to appreciate favors. Your Highness does not need to lower yourself to his level. Wu Qingxi snorted coldly and angrily leaped onto his horse. He whipped the horse and galloped away. Wu Qingxi arrived in front of his mansion. He had just pulled the saddle and dismounted his horse when suddenly from a distance a rider galloped toward him. When the rider arrived in front of him, the rider rolled down the saddle and prostrated in front of Wu Qingxi, crying, Wang Ye, I beg Wang Ye to uphold justice for my family's Ah Lang. Wu Qingxi looked at him and didn't seem to have any impression of this person. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Who are you? The man raised his face and cried, Your Highness, Shaoren is Wang Sanyang, a servant of Scholar Wang's mansion. I used to serve Ah Lang by his side. I have seen Your Highness before. Oh, Wu Qingxi said, stroking his beard, Your Ah Lang is Wang Qingji? What happened to him? Wang Sanyang cried and said, My family's Ah Lang was beaten to death outside the Meridian Gate on behalf of Wang Ye to enter the palace. What? Wu Qingxi glared at him. He suddenly bent down and grabbed Wang Sanyang's collar, lifting him up. He roared in a stern voice, "What are you going to say? Wang Qingji was dead? Quickly tell me what happened." Wang Sanyang's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't have time to wipe it off. He told him everything his matriarch had told him. When the Wang family heard that Wang Qingji was beaten to death at the Meridian Gate, Wang Sanyang followed his matriarch to the Meridian Gate to collect his body. When he came back, he was sent by his matriarch to the Wei Wang Fu to deliver the letter. Madame Wang had already investigated the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Madame Wang also knew that if the emperor wanted to kill an official, there was no way to avenge him. However, Li Zhaoda was her husband's murderer, so it wasn't impossible to take him down. That's why when she sent someone to the Wei Wang Fu to deliver the news, she had already taught him how to put all the blame on Li Zhaoda. After listening to him, Wu Qingxi fiercely pushed him away. He was so angry that he looked up to the sky and roared. If a person was angered by an unpleasant incident, and before his anger could subside, he was suddenly met with another unpleasant incident, his anger could be ignited tenfold. Wu Qingxi had just lost all his prestige at Wei Fangji's residence, and came back with a soft rebuff. Now, he heard about this incident that greatly reduced his prestige in the court. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. Wu Qingxi's face was red with anger. He circled around the room twice like a trapped beast. Suddenly, he pointed at one of his personal attendants and said sternly, "You go, you go! Tell Zhou Xing to come see this prince immediately." That personal attendant didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped away. Wu Qingxi gritted his teeth and said with a face full of hatred, Li Zhaoda, you've ruined my plans time and time again. If this prince doesn't kill you, I swear I'm not a man." In the study of the Yang residents, Yang Fan and Zhao Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were seated across from each other. Only now did Yang Fan realize that it was indeed inappropriate to have no attendants by his side. Guests had arrived, but there was no one to serve them. As the host, if he personally went to serve them drinks and fruit platters, it would also be inappropriate to leave the guests here. Moreover, these guests had all sorts of statuses and some of them were not worthy of his attentions, such as Zhao Yu. The two of them could only sit there and talk. Yang Fan said, "The congratulatory gift that Brother Zhao sent yesterday was truly too valuable. This Yang doesn't know when I will have the opportunity to meet Brother Shun, so I should personally thank him." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "Lang General need not be so courteous. My third uncle is admittedly worthy of this gift, but in the past, there has never been anyone worthy of such a generous gift from my third uncle. Since my third uncle has given you such a generous gift, it means that in his heart, he doesn't think of Lang General as an ordinary friend. When third uncle sent a message, he said that based on Lang General's intelligence in repelling the Turkic army of 100,000 and sparing the millions of soldiers and civilians of Heshi, Longyu, and Shuafang from suffering, even giving you half of Luoyang should be enough." Zhao Yu laughed and said, "It's a pity that Luoyang doesn't belong to my third uncle, so I can only give you a street as a token of my sincerity." Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "I am deeply ashamed that Brother Shin thinks so highly of me." Today, the Emperor issued an edict to have Wang Qingji executed outside the Meridian Gate. It seems that Wu Qingxi's recent actions have angered the Emperor. I estimate that Wu Sanxi will make his move in the next few days. In 3 days after my wedding, I will return to court. In this period of time, I will have to ask you to help me keep an eye on the movements of the court." Zhao Yu nodded and said, "Naturally." Yang Fan asked, "When will Brother Shin come to Luoyang?" In the current situation, if Brother Shin is here to oversee things, it should be more stable. Zhao Yu frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid that my third uncle won't be able to leave Chang'an for the time being. To tell you the truth, some things have happened in the family. That young Master Jiang is deliberately making things difficult for third uncle. This matter has already alarmed the elders in the family. Without third uncle's presence, it can't be resolved, so. Yang Fan had already seen how resourceful Shen Mu was. Since this matter required him to stay in Chang, and it probably wasn't as simple as some things. He didn't ask too much and only said, "In that case, let him settle things there in peace. Everything here has already been laid out. As long as there are no accidents, Wu Sansi will definitely make his move on time. All we need to do is wait and watch the show." Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, Lu Shurda is about to return to the capital." Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Oh? General Lu is returning to court?" Zhao Yu said, "Yes. He will probably arrive in the capital in 3 days. Lu Shurda made a great contribution in the Jianxi victory, so the emperor will definitely reward him handsomely. Promotion and nobility are not out of the question, and it is very likely that he will be allowed to stay in the capital. With his current position and the contributions he has made, it is not impossible for him to become the prime minister." Yang Fan said happily, "General Lu is honest and has a noble character. If he can become the prime minister, it will be a great thing for the country and the people." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "But third uncle thinks that the current situation in the western region cannot be separated from General Lu. There is no other suitable candidate besides General Lu. The court does not lack a prime minister, but the western region lacks a famous general. Therefore, he will use some of his connections to ensure that General Lu does not leave the western region." Yang Fan was startled and carefully thought about the complicated situation in the western region. At the moment, it was indeed necessary to have a veteran like Lu Shurda overseeing things. He couldn't help but nod. Zhao Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "Although young Master Jiang is making things difficult for my third uncle, his opinion on this matter is the same as third uncle's. He also feels that military power in the western region is more important than a prime minister, so he will also make some moves on his side. It's just that it will inevitably inconvenience General Lu." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. Worshipping a general and being conferred the title of Marquis is the highest dream of any official. General Lu will certainly not know that the reason he cannot become the prime minister is because he is too capable." Zhao Yu said, "Lu Shurda is famous for his magnanimity, prudence and forbearance, but the court is full of either foxes or wolves, all of them treacherous. In my opinion, it is better for him to be a free and unfettered general outside than to become the prime minister in the court. It is a blessing in disguise." Yang Fan shook his head and didn't say anything. Zhao Yu continued, "If the emperor wants General Lu to become the prime minister, he will certainly consult the important officials in the court. Originally, this matter didn't have much to do with Lang Jiang, but Lang Jiang has returned from the western region and has the responsibility of inspecting the local officials, the people's situation, and military affairs on behalf of the Son of Heaven. Therefore, it is hard to guarantee that he won't ask Lang Jiang about it. I am here to inform him in advance so that Lang Jiang won't make a mistake." Speaking to this point, Zhao Yu smiled and stood up. He said, "Lang Jiang has just gotten married. I won't disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. Lang Jiang should return to the rear residence and spend more time with Madame." Yang Fan also stood up. He said with a smile, "That wife of mine is not a delicate little girl who never leaves the house. Although she is no longer working in the palace, Brother Shun has helped my wife find a good job. 16 shops, plus the few shops my wife used to run. I'm afraid she is even busier than I am. Haha, please." Zhao Yu laughed heartily and walked out side by side with him. As they walked, he said, "In that case, it is my fault. I should have sent the congratulatory gift a few days later, so that your honorable wife will not be busy as a newlywed." Yang Fan said, "Otherwise she wouldn't be idle. Isn't it just that the Fu is short of people? She went to Nan City at noon to find a middleman to hire some maids and servants. Zhao Yu laughed and said, "That day, I wanted to give Lang Jiang 20 male and female servants, but Lang Jiang refused. Otherwise, why would we need to go through all this trouble today?" Yang Fan said, "That day Yang was a loner. When one person was full, the whole family was not hungry. Leaving behind 4 people was already too much for me. Who would have thought that after I got married and only married one person, I really felt that I didn't have enough people to use. This is also good. The people that my wife has personally chosen by her side are probably more to her liking." The two of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the front door. Zhao Yu turned around and said, "Lang Jiang, please stop. I won't trouble you to send me off." Yang Fan smiled and stopped. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Zhao, take care." The two of them had just finished talking when they heard the sound of girls chattering and laughing outside the door. They saw Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a group of female imperial bodyguards walking in with Xiaoman. As soon as they saw Yang Fan and a guest standing in front of the door, they immediately stopped. Yang Fan laughed and said, "Wife is back. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Yu, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is my wife." Zhao Yu quickly took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply. "Zhao Yu greets Madam." Xiaoman bowed to return the greeting. "Hello, Mr. Zhao," she said. Yang Fan said, "Wife, have you hired all the servants at home?" Xiaoman pursed her lips and smiled. With the help of all the sisters, it will save me a lot of trouble. All the servants have been selected. Come forward and let Ah Lang see if he is satisfied." The female guards flashed, and 7 or 8 men walked in from the back. One of them was 11 or 12 years old, delicate and pretty, and seemed to be the attendant. There were 2 other men with wide waists, and their faces were full of happiness, and they must be the cooks. Although the rest of the servants were not all tall and sturdy, they all looked very spirited, and their faces were simple and honest. Yang Fan nodded repeatedly. "Wife, you have a good eye. You really have a good eye. I am very satisfied with these people. Hey, aren't there still maids in the inner chamber? Why didn't you hire them?" When Xiaoman heard this, she suddenly became bashful. She gently rolled up the corner of her clothes and said in a low voice, "The maids are also hired." Yang Fan laughed. "Is that so? Quickly call them over. Let me take a look." The 7 or 8 male servants suddenly flashed to the left and right. Xiaoman had no choice. She slightly leaned to the side and pouted at Gao Ying. Gao Ying said, "Cough. Why don't you come forward and greet your Ah Lang?" Yang Fan looked at them with a smile. The female imperial bodyguards flashed to the sides again. Yang Fan's smile suddenly froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out. He looked at the 6 women standing outside the doorway in astonishment. His mouth slowly opened and couldn't close for a long time. At first glance, he almost thought that Xiaoman had invited the female sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's mansion to go home. But when he looked carefully, they were a size smaller than the female sumo wrestlers, who were also the female imperial bodyguards of Princess Taiping. Yes, they were indeed women. 6 big and round women. They were indeed maidservants. Looking at their chubby and childish faces, and looking at the unmarried maidservant bun on their heads, they were definitely 6 underage maidservants. Xiaoman saw Yang Fan's expression. She couldn't help but stare at Gao Ying. She braced herself and timidly asked, "Lang Jun, are you satisfied?" Yang Fan grinned as if he had swallowed a mouthful of yellow lotus. He said vaguely, "Wife, you have a good eye. You really have a good eye. I am very satisfied with these people." Ha ha ha! Zhao Yu stood to the side, trying his best to put his face back into place, which had been distorted by holding back his laughter. Bowing deeply to Yang Fan, he said, "My son is busy." Zhao Yu bids farewell, farewell. Chapter 309. Inside Prince Wei's residence, Wu Qingxi saw Zhou Xing arrive and immediately bellowed, "Zhou Xing! This time, you must avenge me no matter what. I want Li Zhaoda dead. I want him dead." As Wu Qingxi spoke, He hammered the table heavily, causing the 4 treasures of the study to bounce around. Zhou Xing hurriedly pacified him. "Your Highness, please calm down. I have already heard about what happened from your family. It is not difficult for your Highness to punish Li Zhaoda, but is your Highness just trying to vent your anger, or is your Highness aiming for the Crown Prince position?" When Wu Qingxi heard the words Crown Prince position, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into a pot of boiling water. He immediately calmed down and glanced at Zhou Xing. "What does minister mean?" Zhou Xing twirled his beard and leisurely said, "Your Highness wants the Crown Prince position. Not only do you have external enemies, you also have internal troubles. The external enemies are naturally the officials who have not given up on Li Tang. The internal troubles are those in the Wu clan who are qualified to compete with your Highness. This situation is similar to how the current emperor rose from a talented person to imperial concubine, then empress and finally the son of heaven. At that time, the current emperor was still an imperial concubine. In the palace there were many concubines fighting for his favor, and in the court there were many officials who opposed him. All they fought for was the support of Emperor Gaozong. In the end, it was the current son of heaven who won by a narrow margin. Since the first time Wang Qingji's petition was rejected, I have been thinking about this matter repeatedly. I believe that all along we have placed too much emphasis on His Majesty's thoughts. We thought that as long as there are people who can wave the flag for your Highness, as long as His Majesty is in favor, the Crown Prince position will be at your fingertip. But after thinking about the various methods His Majesty used before ascending the throne, I feel that compared to His Majesty, we are still lacking something very important. Wu Qingxi leaned forward and asked, "What is it?" Zhou Xing clenched his fists and said, "Deterrence. The deterrence of those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die." This was what the current empress was doing. For those who supported her, she promised high positions and generous salaries. For those who opposed her, she resolutely attacked them without mercy. When there were only those who supported and obeyed her in the imperial court, the current empress would naturally become the empress. Your Highness, it is true that you have the support of some officials, but what has your Highness done to those who oppose your Highness? Why was Li Zhaoda so arrogant? Why did Wei Fangji dare to be bedridden? Because they were not afraid of His Highness. They know that even if they offend your Highness, it's nothing. Wu Qingxi widened his eyes and said, "That's right. That's why this prince can't bear it anymore and asked you to punish Li Zhaoda. Why did you say that this prince is inappropriate?" Zhou Xing shook his head and said, "Of course not. It's too obvious. Why did His Majesty order Li Zhaoda to supervise the execution? Even the emperor knew that Li Zhaoda was now the Wangye's enemy. With the emperor's shrewdness, how could he not see the Wangye's intentions by making a move against Li Zhaoda at this time? As an emperor, regardless of the distance between them, the most important thing was balance. Only with balance could the emperor be stable. Although your Highness is the emperor's nephew, for the sake of the throne, even father and son have to be guarded against each other, much less aunt and nephew? Now, the emperor is clearly using Li Zhaoda to suppress your Highness's power in order to achieve a balance. Wu Qingxi said angrily, "Balance? This prince has suffered such great humiliation. If this prince were to swallow this insult, there would definitely be some opportunistic officials who would side with them. There would also be some petty people who would throw stones at me when I'm down. If this continues, what should I do? According to what you're saying, do I still have to endure it?" Zhou Xing said slowly and methodically, "Of course there's no need to endure it, but we need to pay attention to our methods." Back then, Shangguan Yi firmly opposed the appointment of the current emperor as empress. What did the current emperor do? The current emperor continuously clipped his wings, but did not make a move against Shangguan Yi himself. He even praised Shangguan Yi in front of Emperor Gaozong in order to show his selflessness. It was only when Shangguan Yi's wings were all removed and the current emperor held all the power that Shangguan Yi was sentenced to death. How ingenious was this method! As the saying goes, a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Right now, Your Highness still needs Li Zhaoda, who has always disagreed with you, so he cannot be touched. But as for the others, he. And? Wu Qingxi lowered his head and pondered for a long time. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Then the others you speak of, who do you mean?" Zhou Xing laughed coldly and said, "Naturally, it's that ignorant old Wei who doesn't know how to appreciate favors." Wu Qingxi said hatefully, "That Wei Fangji was arrogant and disrespectful to this prince, so naturally, he needs to be punished. According to what you're saying, we should let Li Zhaoda go for now and move against Wei Fangji first?" Zhou Xing said, "Exactly. First topple Wei Fangji, then see which official doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then topple him. Before long, the officials will either join Your Highness's faction or put their own safety before anything else. At that time, Your Highness will have hundreds of subordinates at your beck and call, and people like Li Zhaoda will be alone. Even if we don't fight, he will fall." Wu Qingxi laughed heartily. Good. Minister Zhou is really this prince's Zhang Zifang. Then we'll do as you say. This prince will first endure Li Zhaoda's resentment and start with that ignorant Wei Fangji. The next morning, after the morning court was over, Wu Zetian left behind her entourage and returned to Wuqing Hall. Once seated in the hall, she also bestowed seats to the prime ministers. With a smile, Wu Zetian said, "Tomorrow, Lu Shurda will be returning to the capital." This time, Lu Shurda was ingenious in his use of troops and annihilated more than 20,000 elite Turkic soldiers at GNC. What does Your Highness think? How should we reward him? Of the prime ministers, Wu Qingxi had the highest status. He was both a prime minister and an imperial prince, so he was ranked first. However, he had always wanted to fight for the military authority of the western regions, but now, he had failed at Lu Shurda's hands. When he heard that Lu Shurda would be rewarded, how could he be willing? Thus, he rubbed his eyes and said nothing. Ranked second among the prime ministers was Cin Zhangqian. Cin Zhangqian was the nephew of Prime Minister Cin Wenshuan of the early Tang dynasty. Uncle and nephew had served as prime minister for 2 generations and had great prestige. After Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, she had bestowed upon all the officials and made him a duke, so his status was only below Wu Qingxi's. Seeing that Wu Qingxi had no response, Cin Zhangqian bowed and said, "Sage, this subject believes that, given Lu Shurda's advanced age and his great achievements, Sage sympathizes with this subject and should allow him to return to the capital. Lu Shurda has spent many years in the western regions garrisoning crops and guarding the borders and cities. He has worked hard and rendered great service, and now that he has rendered such a great service, this subject believes that it is only right to worship him as prime minister." Wu Zetian did not comment and smiled slightly at Li Zhaoda. Among the prime ministers, ranked third was Su Liangxi. However, Su Liangxi was already an old man in his 80s and his health had not been very good since the beginning of the year. He had always been sick at home, so in reality, Li Zhaoda was ranked third. Li Zhaoda listened to Cin Zhangqian's words and felt very disapproving. He was the son of the former imperial censor Li Qianyu and came from the Danyang branch of the Li family of Longxi. He was from the same branch as Li Jing. However, Lu Shurda came from a humble family and was extremely poor when he was young. He had once been a cowherd, so how could Li Zhaoda, who came from a noble family, look up to him? When he heard that he would be the prime minister of the same dynasty as him, he immediately felt disgusted and said, "Lu Shurda has indeed rendered great service, but Lu Shurda's achievements were mostly built at the borders. Is a general in the army who is good at garrisoning crops and guarding the borders really worthy of the responsibility of a prime minister? In my opinion, Lu Shurda can be rewarded and promoted, but he must be careful in paying his respects to the prime minister. It is better for Lu Shirda to stay in the western region and guard the borders for the country. In this way, the border wall will be fine and His Majesty will be able to manage the internal affairs with peace of mind. As for Lu Shirda, he will not be called a prime minister and ruin his illustrious reputation. Wu Zetian's expression did not change. She looked at Di Renjia, who was sitting below her. Di Renjia also did not like Lu Shirda, but his reason was different from Li Zhaoda's. Li Zhaoda looked down on Lu Shirda because he came from a humble family, but Di Renjia's personality was different from Lu Shirda's. He abhorred evil and hated Lu Shirda's self-righteous character. At the same time, he truly believed that Lu Shirda was not worthy of being a prime minister. Di Renjia said, "Lu Shirda is diligent and conscientious. He is indeed a famous general who guards the border for our country. However, the prime minister's responsibility is to assist the Son of Heaven, to pacify the 4 barbarians on the outside, to be close to the common people on the inside, so that the ministers and senior officials have their own positions. The most important thing is to know people well and appoint them well. Does Lu Shirda have any achievements in this regard? Subject believes that the Western region is the place where Lu Shirda can display his talent. If your Majesty wants to reward him, you can appoint Lu Shirda as the Huyuan, Jishur, Huayuan armies, as well as the He, Lan, Bai and Kuo prefectures field inspector as well as the chief of the army, giving him command over the troops and horses of the various prefectures in the western region. Lu Shirda is familiar with the Turks and Tubo situation. With him guarding the western frontier, your Majesty can rest easy." Wu Zetian turned her attention to Wei Fangji. Wei Fangji cupped his fists and said, "Subject believes that Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Di's proposal is very appropriate." Wu Zetian indifferently said, "Since all the ministers think that Lu Shirda is suitable to guard the western region, then let us do as all the ministers say." However, the western region has been busy these past 2 years. Although Lu Shirda does not have the title of a commander of the western region's army, he does have it. If I appoint him as the western region's field inspector as well as the chief of the army, it is no more than giving him a proper reputation. Zhen will reward him for his meritorious service. Let Lu Shirda be the assistant minister of war and field inspector as well as the minister of war. In reality, he will be the Huyuan, Jishur, Huayuan, He, Lan and Kuo prefectures field inspector as well as the chief of the army. What do all the ministers think? Wu Qingxi knew that no matter what, he would not be able to obtain the western region's military power. As long as the imperial court did not have another prime minister who disagreed with him, he had no objections. He nodded his head in agreement. The other prime ministers also nodded their heads. Sun Zhangqian saw that the other prime minister's opinions were different from his and did not insist on his own opinion. Only Wei Fangji thought for a moment and cautiously reminded her, "Sage, Lu Shirda is the sole commander of the western region's army. Right now, his reputation is real and his authority is too great. According to our court's old system, shouldn't we appoint an imperial messenger as the army supervisor to divide his authority?" Wu Zetian shook her head and said, "Since ancient times, when a ruler dispatches his generals, all external affairs are handled by the army supervisor. There is rarely the matter of the army supervisor. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. If the great general cannot act on his own and make the army supervisor impede him, all matters in the army, no matter how big or small, must be reported to the army supervisor. This is indeed a drawback. When we dispatch troops, there is no army supervisor." Wei Fangji cupped his hands in obeisance and did not say anything. Wu Qingxi saw that he had been humiliated and gave him a cold stare, feeling slightly pleased in his heart. Wu Zetian said, "All right, I have summoned all of you here to discuss how to reward Lu Shirda. Since this matter has come to a conclusion, all the prime ministers are dismissed. Elder Di, please stay. I still have something to ask you." Hearing this, all the prime ministers cupped their hands in obeisance and left, leaving only D. Renjie. When the hall was quiet, Wu Zetian asked with a smile, "Elder D, just now you said that as a prime minister, the most important thing is to know people well, so Lu Shirda is not suitable to be a prime minister. In that case, do you think that Lu Shirda is not a discerning person who is good at unearthing talents?" D. Renjie said with a hint of pride, "Lu Shirda's ability is limited to farming and guarding the borders. Your subject has only heard that he is self-deprecating, that he is tolerant, and that his temper is very good. As for his ability to know people well, your subject has never heard of it." Wu Zetian made an O sound and nonchalantly said, "Before consulting all the ministers today, we had already made a decision. No matter what official he becomes, Lu Shirda will still guard the border. At the very least, he will be allowed to guard the border for 2 more years. Give us 2 more years of peace, and we will be able to make preparations to recover the 4 garrisons of Anxi." Hearing that the emperor still had not given up on the 4 garrisons of Anxi, D. Renjie wanted to speak again, but Wu Zetian waved her hand and said, "We have already made up our mind, so there is no need for your excellency to say anything more. Given Lu Shirda's merits, we are somewhat letting him down by doing this, but once the 4 garrisons of Anxi are recovered, we will compensate him." Saying this, Wu Zetian lightly waved her hand, and eunuch Little Hai immediately brought over a bamboo box. Wu Zetian faintly smiled and said, "We have kept you here to tell you that everyone has their own shortcomings. As the saying goes, discerning eyes are like torches. We cannot do it, you cannot do it, and no one in this world can do it. Thus, as Prime Minister, you cannot make arbitrary decisions. Take the contents of this box back, and take a good look at them." D. Renjie was full of doubts, but it was not good for him to ask. He could only accept the bamboo box, bow, and withdraw. Before he had even returned to the secretariat, D. Renjie could no longer hold back. He placed the bamboo box on a lampstand by the side of the road and opened it to take a look. Inside was a pile of memorials. Roughly flipping through it, there were more than 10 of them, all of them signed Minister Lu Shirda. Bewildered, D. Renjie hurriedly opened them to examine them. Upon closer inspection, his old face immediately began to burn. D. Renjie held these memorials for a long time before he finally said in shame, "D. Renjie has received Duke Lu's magnanimity and tolerance for so long. Only today did I realize his great virtue. I have truly let down Duke Lu." It turned out that these memorials had been written by Lu Shirda to Wu Zetian after he had offended a powerful minister and been banished, strongly recommending him as a virtuous and talented person who could be of great use. At this time, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were on their way to the southern city. The 16 shops had all been taken over. Now, the most prosperous street in the southern city was filled with the Yang family's shops. The money was rolling in, and they enjoyed it endlessly. Yang Fan originally did not care much about these worldly possessions, but now that he had a family, he could not help but care about these things. He was the owner, so he had to meet the shopkeepers. Thus, after a while, when the southern city opened, Xiao Man accompanied him to the southern city. Yang Fan wore a long robe with a brocade belt around his waist and a black silk scarf on his head. He was immaculately dressed and extraordinarily handsome. Xiao Man was dressed as a young married woman. She wore a light yellow, narrow-sleeved blouse and a light green silk skirt. Her face was open and her eyebrows were trimmed. She was dignified and intelligent, tender and charming. They were truly a pair of lovers. The 2 of them had come to the southern city to meet the shopkeepers of the various shops and soothe the nervousness of these people who had just changed owners. Who knew that this trip would cause another disaster? Chapter 310. Take care, boss. The porcelain shop's shopkeeper, Tang Lin, personally walked Yang Fan and his wife to the door. He bowed deeply and smiled from ear to ear. He was very satisfied with this boss. This boss Yang was very easy to talk to and almost didn't make any comments about his business. The mistress of the Yang family was a very astute person. Although she had only asked a few simple questions and set down a few rules for accounting, old Tang could tell that this mistress of the Yang family was an expert in business and financial management with just a few words. After a detailed conversation, it turned out that the prosperous jewelry and head ornament shop on this street was this mistress's business. No wonder she looked so familiar. Now shopkeeper Tang didn't dare to deceive her. Correspondingly, he also regained confidence in the future of his shop after the change of owners. Yang Fan and Xiao Man left the porcelain shop and chatted as they strolled to the door of the second shop. This shop sold all kinds of high-grade carpets and tapestries. Yang Fan said, "You gave shopkeeper Tang 10% of the shares. Seeing how happy he was, this should be a great benefit, right?" Xiao Man pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes. Originally, he was only helping us manage the shop. We just needed to pay him the salary we agreed on. 10% of the shares isn't a small amount. Looking at the 3 cities of Luoyang, I'm afraid there aren't many owners who are willing to be so generous. When I worked in the palace before, I rarely had the chance to personally manage the shops I bought. Whether or not they can make money, how much they make, or how little they make, all depends on the shopkeeper's ability. It's good if the shopkeeper is willing to do it, but we can't just rely on his conscience." At that time, I suddenly had a brainwave and thought of this method of sharing benefits. I divided the shop into 10 shares and gave 1 share to the shopkeeper. I didn't really give this share to him. We just made a contract that the money we make every month will be divided into 10 parts. In addition to his salary, the shopkeeper can also take an additional 10%. If he doesn't work for us anymore, he can't take this share. This way, we won't have to worry about him not helping us manage the business." Yang Fan happily said, "I understand. This is a good idea. You can't always care about the shop's business. You can only check the accounts at the end of each month to ensure that the shopkeeper doesn't commit fraud. You can't guarantee that the shopkeeper will do his best. Using this method, the more profits the shopkeeper makes, the more he will naturally treat the shop as his own business and take care of it diligently." Xiao Man nodded and said, "Now that we have so many shops in our family, although I have more free time, I still can't manage them all. What's more, every profession has its own way of doing business. It's impossible to know all the ways of doing business. In the future, we will rely on these shopkeepers for many things. Only by using this method can we make them do their best." Xiao Man gently said, "Although I'm not proficient in many trades, I know how much each trade makes. If some shopkeepers still don't want to work hard, or don't have the ability, I will clear the accounts at the end of the year. The mediocre ones will go down, and the capable ones will go up. We don't have to be polite when it comes to changing people." Yang Fan watched her speak in high spirits. He felt that Xiao Man had a different kind of charm at this time. She was completely different from the Xiao Man he knew in the past. Being stared at by his burning gaze, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel a little shy and gently turned her head away. A thought quietly emerged in Yang Fan's mind: Xiao Man is really a good wife. Xiao Man walked a few steps to the front of the second shop. She turned her head and saw Yang Fan still standing there with a thoughtful look. She couldn't help but pout coquettishly. "We're already here. What are you still standing there for?" Yang Fan came to his senses and quickly walked over. At this time, there was a middle-aged couple in the shop looking at an expensive Persian carpet hanging on the wall. The woman was about 30 years old. Her skin was fair, her face was beautiful, and her figure was graceful. There was always an elegant and noble temperament in her movements. No one dared to look down on her. The man next to her was about 40 years old. He wore a soft-legged wig and a round collar green robe. Below his chin was a neatly trimmed beard. His eyebrows were clear and bright, and he looked as handsome as jade. Looking at his elegant demeanor, he must have been a handsome man who could make a passionate girl fall for him when he was young. Although he was a little older now, He had a more mature sense of life experience than the young man. He looked very charming. The woman carefully looked at the carpet. This handsome middle-aged man with a jade-like face and sharp eyebrows seemed to have no interest in the carpet. He looked around with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he heard a girl's delicate voice coming from outside the shop. The middle-aged man couldn't help but turn his head to look. With just one look, his eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet. He couldn't move his eyes away. Xiao Man turned her head sideways and called out to Yang Fan. The sunlight shone on her body. She was wearing a light yellow dress, which made her skin even more delicate and tender. She was still a virgin, but her face had already bloomed. She no longer looked like a young and delicate little girl. Her matron's attire and hairstyle gave her a bit of the elegance and charm of a woman who had just married for the first time. That kind of touching feeling was indescribable. But once you saw it, you could immediately feel it. It was a kind of style that seeped into the bone marrow. There was a kind of graceful and charming feeling all over her body. She was like a dewy rose blooming in the wind. That kind of style, that kind of charm, could only be embodied by a young married woman. Ordinary young married women were always a bit delicate, but Xiao Man was a martial artist. Her qi and blood were vigorous. So when the middle-aged man looked at her slightly tilted face, he only felt that her eyebrows were curved, her nose was like jade, and her lips were fresh. There was a kind of healthy and lively halo flowing on her skin. It was as smooth as water and as smooth as jade. This middle-aged man was used to seeing beautiful women, but he rarely had the opportunity to see such a woman who had the youthful vitality of a young girl and the charming charm of a young married woman. His eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. He followed Xiao Man's gentle and smooth curves from head to toe, and gradually revealed a bit of greed. Xiao Man didn't notice the man's expression at all. When Yang Fan walked in front of her, she whispered, "The shopkeeper of this shop is surnamed Gu, called Gu Mingyue. I have known this person for a long time. He is shrewd and flexible. All the merchants in the market call him Gu Ming. This person is very capable in business, but he likes to exaggerate. If you want to ask him anything, you must not hesitate to interrupt him. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a word in if you listen to him talk non-stop." Yang Fan gently nodded and walked in side by side with Xiao Man. The middle-aged man flashed to the wall and made way for them. Yang Fan smiled and nodded to him, and the middle-aged man also smiled and nodded. Seeing this beautiful young married woman walk in front of him, the middle-aged man couldn't help but take a deep breath. As soon as Xiao Man's figure passed by, the fragrance of fresh flowers after the spring rain seeped into his nose and mouth, causing his entire body to feel extremely comfortable. Looking at Xiao Man, who was as supple, plump, and translucent as a grape, smelling the faint fragrance of her body, the middle-aged man's soul was intoxicated. As soon as the couple entered the shop, another shop assistant came to greet them. Just as he was about to say something to welcome the guests, he suddenly saw Xiao Man's appearance. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Xiao Man had already come yesterday when she took over the shop. How could he forget such a beautiful mistress? Xiao Man smiled and said, "This is your boss, take us to see your shopkeeper." "Oh, please, please, boss, this way please." The shop assistant respectfully opened the curtain and let them into the back room. At this time, the beautiful and elegant woman with a noble temperament was still looking at the carpet on the wall. She didn't notice the strange look in her husband's eyes as he followed the beautiful young married woman. The shop assistant saw that the beautiful woman was very interested in the carpet, so he was trying his best to show off. "This lady, this carpet is from Persia. The climate in that place is gloomy and cold, so the wool is soft and slender. This carpet is made from the unique wool of that place. It feels fine, smooth and soft. Look at the back, it is made from pure silk. It feels as smooth as a mirror. There is also a flower pattern. The inside is embroidered with gold and silver threads. This color won't fade for hundreds of years." The middle-aged man watched as the young woman, who was as fresh and juicy as a red fruit, entered the inner room. He couldn't see her any more and couldn't help but feel his heart itch. Seeing that his wife was still looking at the carpet, he hurried out of the shop and coughed loudly. Two of his family members, who were randomly looking at a stall not far away, hurried over to greet him. The middle-aged man called them in front of him and said in a low voice, "Just now, a couple went into this shop. They said they were the owner and his wife of this shop. After I leave with my wife, you two stay here and keep an eye on this place. When the couple comes out, find out their names and identities." And when the two attendants heard this, a smile appeared on their faces. They quickly nodded and said, "We understand. Alang, don't worry." Yang Fan and Xiao Man walked from shop to shop. When the shopkeepers saw them, they would politely call them owner and owner's wife. At first, Xiao Man was still a little embarrassed. But as they walked, when it came to the last few shops, she was already at ease. There was no longer a trace of resistance to the title of owner's wife. Unconsciously, Xiao Man had already taken the place of this new role. Even when she heard the title of Yang's wife, her heart would still feel a trace of sweetness. Her heart was quietly falling. The same feeling was also quietly growing in Yang Fan's heart. Gradually, a new and subtle feeling was born between the two of them. It was the feeling of love. They didn't notice that at this time, they were already being watched. When they returned to the Yang family, the two stalkers followed them to the front door of the Yang mansion. After asking the neighbors around them, they hurriedly left. Soon, they appeared in front of a mansion in the Chunhua workshop. Behind the screen wall were 4 acacia trees, 3 layers of white marble stone steps, 2 stone lions rolling embroidered balls. The copper nails on the red lacquer door were shining. The imposing manner was extraordinary. On the top of the door, there were 2 big words written in silver hook and iron, Lai Mansion. This was actually the mansion of the left imperial censor Lai Junshin. Chapter 3:11. The handsome middle-aged man that Yang Fan and Xiao Man had met by chance in the carpet shop was one of the 4 ruthless officials, Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin was a little distracted when he returned home. Although he had only met her once, Xiao Man's voice and smile had long been lingering in his heart. There were 4 ruthless officials in the Wuzhou dynasty, and only one of them was lustful. That person was Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin was from the capital for 10,000 years. His father was called Lai Chao. He was originally a gambler. In the past, he gambled with a gambler named Kai Ben and won a lot of money from Kai Ben. Kai Ben was unable to pay his debts, so Lai Chao took his wife as his own. The wife of the Kai family was pregnant at this time. Later, she gave birth to a boy. Lai Chao did not dislike him and treated him as his own son. This person was Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin had a bad character since he was young. He caused trouble in the village, swindling and cheating. Later, because of his handsome appearance, he seduced and raped women. He was arrested and imprisoned by Prince Dongping Li Su, who was then the provincial governor. He spent a few years in prison. Later, King Langya, Li Chong, failed in his rebellion and implicated many members of Li Tang's royal family. Li Su was also killed. Lai Junshin had an idea and took the opportunity to go to the imperial court to complain. He said that he had heard of King Langya's rebellion and wanted to report it to the imperial court, but he was imprisoned by Prince Dongping Li Su. Hearing this, Empress Wu was very happy and promoted him to an official. Lai Junshin understood his superior's intention and specifically framed members of Li Tang's royal family and ministers loyal to Li Tang. As a result, he was promoted and now, he was the left minister of the imperial censor. Lai Junshin's lustful nature was very different from other men. He was not interested in virgin girls. He was only obsessed with beautiful and graceful wives and young women. He was an ultimate wifecon. He did not know if it was because his mother had been kidnapped by his father that it affected him in some way. Once Lai Junshin fancied someone's beautiful wife, he would take her by force and at all costs. His wives and concubines were all the wives and concubines of the officials whose families had been ruined by him. Even his legal wife was a wife he had stolen from others. His wife was the beautiful woman who had bought the carpet in Nan City today. She came from the Wang family of Taiyuan, which was a first-class aristocratic family. She was originally married to an official named Duan Jian. Lai Junchen happened to see her beauty, so he used both carrot and stick to force Duan Jian to divorce his wife. Duan Jian knew how powerful Lai Junchen was. If he didn't agree, Lai Junchen would immediately find a pile of evidence to prove that he was an anti-martial arts traitor. He had no choice but to agree. Duan Jian wrote the divorce papers and had just ordered his wife to leave the house when Lai Junchen intercepted him. Lai Junchen first cooked the raw rice into cooked rice before sending someone to the Wang family of Taiyuan to propose marriage. At that time, the nobles of Shandong and Guanlong had opposed Wu Zetian as empress, so they were all oppressed by the Wu clan. Seeing that what was done could not be undone, even if they got their daughter back, they couldn't restore her reputation. In order to avoid complications, even with the power of the Wang family of Taiyuan, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Lai Junchen's love for good wives had reached a morbid level. The women he fancied, even if they had a background like the Wang family of Taiyuan, he would still dare to take them away. Today, the young couple looked like they were just the owners of a shop. Wouldn't a businessman be a piece of cake for him? Thinking of the young lady's seductive appearance, Lai Junchen couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. In fact, although Lai Junchen was lustful, he wasn't in a hurry. He was very picky about women. He didn't want women who weren't women, or women who weren't beautiful. Otherwise, his backyard would have been full of women long ago. But the woman he saw today was really to his liking. Over the years, Lai Junchen had collected wives and young women. There were coquettish, flirtatious, and innately seductive beauties. There were also graceful and elegant young married women from wealthy families. There were also beautiful, gentle, and delicate girls from humble families. Some were dignified and virtuous, some were elegant and delicate, some were charming and charming, some were pure and delicate, and some were charming and romantic. There were all kinds of women, but he didn't see a woman who had the innocence of a young girl and the charm and shyness of a young married woman. He just had to meet such a woman today. Lai Junchen paced back and forth in the study. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At this moment there was a knock on the door. The voices of the two servants came from outside. Lai Junchen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly called out, "Come in!" Two servants flashed into the room and saluted. "Ah Lang, this lowly one has inquired about it." Lai Junchen hurriedly asked, "Tell me quickly, what is that person's name? What does he do?" One of the servants said, "Ah Lang, that person is indeed the owner of the felt carpet shop. His name is Yang Fan, and he lives in the third house of the 6th section of Fushan Square." Lai Junchen was overjoyed. "Good! Tomorrow I will send someone to lock that Yang Fan in prison. That kind of enchanting woman, he is not worthy to enjoy." The other servant said, "Ah Lang, we haven't finished yet. This Yang Fan is an official. He is the Left Yulin Guard commander." Lai Junchen was startled and hesitantly said, "The Left Yulin Guard commander? This person is young, but his official position is not low." In the blink of an eye, he thought of that young married woman's charming and cute appearance and felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then arrest him. This official is in charge of the 100 officials and military officials in the capital. Do you think I can't punish him?" The imperial censor had always had the power to arrest officials below the 5th rank without a request for an imperial edict. It was just that in the past, the imperial censor did not have its own prison and did not have the power to interrogate people. Even if they arrested someone, they had to hand them over to the Supreme Court for interrogation. Therefore, the imperial censors of each dynasty generally only used the power of impeachment and did not use the power of arrest unless it was an emergency. However, this situation changed during the Tang dynasty. During the reign of Zhenguan, the imperial censor set up its own prison, possessing the power to independently interrogate, imprison, and pass judgment. Officials below the rank of imperial censor could be directly arrested and imprisoned. When it came to the time of Wu Zetian, in order to eliminate the opposing forces, Wu Zetian massacred members of the imperial clan and ministers, further expanding the power of the imperial censor. Today, the imperial censor was practically no different from the Ministry of Justice. The imperial censor of the Great Zhou followed the setup of the Tang dynasty. It was divided into the left and the right, each with an imperial censor as the head and an imperial censor as the assistant. The left imperial censor was in charge of the 100 officials and military officials in the capital, while the right imperial censor was in charge of the civil and military officials in the various provinces. Lai Junshin was the left imperial censor. Just like Zhou Xing was originally the second-in-command of the Ministry of Justice, Lai Junshin was also the second-in-command of the left imperial censor. However, the difference with Zhou Xing was that Zhou Xing's old superior, Zhang Chujin, was very prestigious in the Ministry of Justice. He was also very capable. Zhou Xing felt that he was a hindrance, so he found an opportunity to get rid of him. On the other hand, the head of the left imperial censor, Sun Chenyu, was a muddle-headed person who muddled along. Lai Junshin had long covered the sky with one hand in the imperial censor, turning him into an empty shell. Physician Sun didn't care and never interfered with Lai Junshin's matters, so he lived in harmony with Lai Junshin. When the servant heard Lai Junshin's words, he said somewhat awkwardly, "Ah Lang, I haven't finished speaking." Lai Junshin's face darkened. "If you have something to say, say it quickly." The servant didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "Yes, I have inquired. This young Langjiang had just gotten married 2 days ago. His wife was a marriage bestowed by the emperor, and she was originally a female guard in the palace." When Lai Junshin heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder the name Yang Fan sounded vaguely familiar. He had indeed heard of it before. However, because the two of them had never interacted before, Lai Junshin didn't take it to heart. It was only when he heard about the marriage bestowed by the emperor that he remembered. When Lai Junshin heard this, he still didn't think much of it. So what if it was a marriage bestowed by the emperor? Those princesses were betrothed and officiated by the emperor, and they still married again and again. As long as this young fan was charged with a crime and thrown into prison, it wouldn't be difficult to get the young lady. The servant didn't dare to breathe after being glared at by him. He hurriedly said, 2 days ago, when Yang Fan got married, Prince Liang personally went to the Yang residence to congratulate him. Princess Taiping sent a great gift. Not only did Master Xue of the White Horse Temple personally went to congratulate him, he also sent a gift that was not inferior to Princess Taiping's. When he heard this, Lai Junshin was shocked. He cried out involuntarily, "What? What is this person's background?" The servant said embarrassedly, "I heard that he is the disciple of Master Xue of the White Horse Temple." Lai Junshin sneered and said, "What kind of shitty disciple does Xue Huai have? They are just a bunch of scoundrels who accompany him to play around. Which one of them is worthy of him personally attending the wedding and sending a great gift? The fact that he is willing to go is a great honor. Moreover, Princess Taiping even sent a great gift, and Prince Liang even personally attended. Even if they want to curry favor with Xue Huai, there is no need for them to curry favor with his disciple." The two servants said in unison, "Yes, yes, this lowly one is slow-witted." Although Lai Junshin didn't know what kind of background this young fan had, from the information these two trusted aides had gathered, he knew that this person wasn't an easy bone to chew. He didn't care about a general, and a palace guard was even less impressive. However, Princess Taiping and Prince Liang, and especially Xue Huai, couldn't help but make him feel some fear. Lai Junshin wanted to stop here, but when he thought about that young married woman in a light yellow dress standing under the sunlight, he felt as if there were hundreds of ants crawling in his heart. Lai Junshin paced back and forth in the study a few times. In the end, he couldn't let go of that delicate and pretty woman. He wouldn't be satisfied until he got his hands on her. This person was a bit paranoid about women, and he was also extremely daring. Apart from the emperor, he didn't care about anyone. He steeled his heart and ordered the 2 servants, "Go to the courtyard and find Wei Suizhong. Tell him to keep a close eye on this young fan." "Yes." The 2 servants acknowledged, bowed, and left. Lai Junshin's eyes narrowed like a hawk's. He gently stroked his beard and said, she has just gotten married. She is already so charming and enchanting even though she has just gotten married. If she is irrigated by the rain and dew a few more times, I really don't know how sweet she will be." Yang Fan didn't know that his wife had already been coveted by someone else. When the 2 returned home, they took a bath and changed into the Yen residence's regular clothes. They sat in front of the table and a sumptuous meal was served. It really was like stretching out one's hand and opening one's mouth to eat. It was very comfortable, especially with the 2 plump maids waiting on the side, looking at them. It really increased one's appetite. Xiao Man was also wearing the Yen residence's regular clothes used in the inner residence. This kind of regular clothes could only be seen by the maids and the male lead in the inner residence. Naturally, it wasn't as neat and tidy as the clothes in the outer residence. The muslin gown was as thin and soft as clouds. A belt was tied around her slender waist. Sitting there, she had a kind of graceful charm. There were 2 mandarin duck lanterns on the rack. The light shone through the flower arrangement in the vase in front of her and shone on her body. The shadow of the flower and the shape of the person reflected off each other under the light. When the light shone on the soft muslin gown, it faintly revealed a crimson chest, tender skin, and 2 exquisite and sexy collarbones. It was all in one glance. When Yang Fan saw it, his heart jumped and he quickly retracted his gaze. Although Xiao Man had her head down to eat, she seemed to notice his gaze. Her pretty face unconsciously blushed. Under the light, it was as if her face had been painted with rouge, making her look even more gentle and charming. Cough. "Wife, your husband will be returning to the palace tomorrow to be on duty." Xiao Man didn't even raise her head and only responded in a low voice, "Oh." Yang Fan opened his mouth to speak but suddenly saw the 2 plump maids standing on the side. They were holding trays and towels in their arms. The 2 horns on their heads made them look like fat dolls holding golden carps in New Year's paintings. It was really a bit tiresome. He waved his hand and said, "Wife and I have some private things to talk about. There's no need to wait on us. You 2 can leave." The 2 maids agreed, put the trays to the side, and left the hall. When Xiao Man heard the words "private things," she suddenly panicked. She stopped eating and raised her head to look at him. Yang Fan reached out and grabbed her hands. Xiao Man was startled and subconsciously wanted to pull her hands back, but she couldn't, so she finally didn't use any strength. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Good sign." Xiao Man's face blushed, and she said in a low voice, "Lang Jun, what do you want to say?" Yang Fan said seriously, "I know, ever since we got married, you've always felt awkward. In fact, I feel the same. It's fine if it's 1 or 2 days like this, but it's not a solution after a long time. Yes, I like Wan and I won't give up on her. But since you and I are husband and wife, I will protect and take care of you. It's also my responsibility. I've also told Wan about the matter between you and me." Xiao Man said in a low voice, "Sister Wan, what did she say?" Yang Fan said, "Since the heavens are playing tricks on people." Xiao Man immediately raised her head and said, "The heavens are playing tricks on people? Actually, you don't want to, right?" Yang Fan said, "How can that be? The heavens are playing tricks on people. Isn't it a kind of fate? I admit that when the emperor arranged the marriage, I only liked you and never thought of marrying you as my wife. At that time, you also never thought of marrying me, right? Xiao Man softly said, "Oh," and lowered her head again. Yang Fan said, "That's it. Now that we're husband and wife, this matter can't be avoided and can't be avoided. Then let's try to be a pair of loving husband and wife." Xiao Man softly said, "And?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "There are too many servants at home. I can't always sneak outside. Tonight we'll sleep in the same room." "Ah, tonight?" Xiao Man became nervous again. Yang Fan said, "Just sleeping in the same room. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor." Xiao Man said apologetically. This, Yang Fan said, "Don't worry, there are some things you can't accept now. I won't force you. I can wait. Anyway, between husband and wife, it's not just a matter of sex. Let's let go of the knot in our hearts and try to accept each other, okay?" Xiao Man bit her lip tightly. After a long time, she gently raised her head and stared at Yang Fan with a pair of bright eyes. She softly said, "Okay."